We may begin.
Welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, May 2nd. The time is 2:02 p.m. and we are in the Building and Safety Room at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Thyris Mason and I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Lim, Nash, and Melendez. I'm going to go over housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comment may call council phone at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-9450. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov and clicking on the About menu item on the top. Under the About menu, click the Commission's meeting link. Scroll down to the bottom of the Commission meetings page to find the live stream. We will be following the agenda order. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker's card and specify which item or items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific agenda item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it into Irene or Josie. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The Commission Executive Assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *6. We will consider general public and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk which relates to any item on the agenda will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the Commission Executive Assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and/or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the Commission today, whether it is by department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We will now consider item number 1, a report from the Executive Director. Ms. Garakian, do you have a report?
Yes, Madam President. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Garakian. I am the Executive Director of the Department of Cannabis Regulation. Thank you all for joining us today. I want to recognize my staff who is here too. They will be participating in some staff report presentations today. I want to thank the commission for their service and give a shout out to our commission staff, particularly Rocky Wiles. Thank you so much. All right, today I'm going to be providing updates on the licensing, social equity program, and the compliance program. The licensing division remains committed to propelling our licensing program forward. As of April 2024, the city of LA has 1,442 total active commercial cannabis licenses, 34% of these belonging to social equity operators in various activities. We've highlighted before that these 1,000 active commercial cannabis licenses yielded over $25 million in tax revenue just in the first quarter of this calendar year, and over $520 million in tax revenue since 2018. It should be noted that on April 19th, Councilmember Padilla introduced a motion which seeks to amend the city's definition of gross receipts tax and provide tax literacy resources for cannabis businesses. This motion was referred to the Planning and Land Use Committee. Further, State Senate Bill 1059 relates to cannabis taxing and seeks to prohibit a city or county from including in the definition of gross receipts the amount of any cannabis excise tax imposed under cannabis tax law or any sales and use taxes. This bill will next be heard on May 6th, that's Monday, May 6th, in the Senate Appropriations Committee. The success or lack of success of the local motion in the state bill may ultimately, well, I'll say the success of the motion in the state bill will ultimately provide relief to financially impacted cannabis businesses here in the city of Los Angeles. In April, the city council approved 3 public convenience and necessity applications in districts 4, 11, and 14. This means that the community plan areas, or CPAs for short, in these districts has reached retail capacity, but the respective council member found it necessary to allow another commercial cannabis retail space within their CPA. The PCN application was only open to social equity individual applicants. In regards to annual licensing, we are dealing with 2 kinds of approvals. Retail, which you are all very aware of and likely here to talk about today, and non-retail annual licensing. We hope that through your hard work, around 120 retail locations will have received their annual licenses by the end of this spring. So far, you have approved, by you, I mean this commission, have approved 29 retail annual licenses and continued 3. The DCR has approved 5 non-retail annual licenses. Non-retail annual licensing goes through a different approval process that does not involve this commission. I'm going to move on to compliance and enforcement updates. On Monday, April 22nd, our mayor released her proposed budget. We are grateful to the mayor for her work, and we consider ourselves lucky that we gained positions knowing that other departments weren't as lucky as DCR. Overall, DCR received a 10% increase in departmental funding, even though we are a special revenue funded department, and a net increase of 2 positions and a transfer of 2 positions from the personnel department. The reason why I'm talking about the budget in this section is because those 2 net new positions are going to be special investigators for Rocky's Compliance and Enforcement Division. Right now, this team is working overtime to get things done. I want to commend them for the work they've done. And I'm glad that the mayor recognized that more staff is needed. While we are incredibly grateful for the extra positions, which allow us to move through the compliance and enforcement inspections more quickly, and the 10% increase in general funding to our department, the DCR lost an administrative clerk in charge of supporting the cannabis complaint portal and liaising to LAPD for those businesses that may be illegal. And most importantly, and I'll get to this at some point, the department did not receive any funding for the social equity program in fiscal year 24-25. The department's Compliance and Enforcement Division continues working on chipping away at community complaints. As of April 30th, CED is working on investigating 277 separate complaints. CED is also focusing on continuing premise inspections. To date, this division has conducted 28 inspections, with more inspectors coming in thanks to our mayor's proposed budget. We hope to get these inspections done and on a faster timeline. This division operates from the place of a progressive enforcement strategy. We have talked about this at previous meetings, but the reason why this is important is that our folks are not there to bust you. They're there to help you reach compliance. And I hope everybody understands that. We want to see you be successful. And so if they reach out to you, please do not be scared. We're here to help. Please reach back out. They're going to get you prepared for your inspection, et cetera. Okay. The communication team, in concert with the licensing and CED division, the compliance and enforcement division, continue working to develop a public information campaign focusing on changing shopping habits and encouraging consumers to shop at legal businesses here in the city of LA. This campaign will be released in summer of 2024. I've seen some first draft iterations. It's fantastic. And we're going to blast this thing all over the city. On April 3rd, council members Soto Martinez and Hernandez introduced a motion which seeks to limit criminalization to the owners of unlicensed commercial cannabis activities and unlawful establishments, and remove criminalization of employees, contractors, agents, and volunteers. On April 26th, the council voted to adopt the motion, and right now that the city attorney is preparing an ordinance, which will go back to council likely for adoption. Moving over to the social equity program. As we know, social equity cannabis entrepreneurs face unique challenges which may stunt their ability to compete against the illegal marketplace. As such, the social equity team, led by Dr. Brown and her brave employees, offer one-on-one coaching, pro bono and low bono legal services, an online learning courses, and business development in-person training available only to social equity individuals via the Business Licensing and Compliance Program. However, these vital programs are at risk. DCR requested $2.5 million to continue from the mayor to continue supporting business development coaching, learning courses, webinar development, and provide continued low bono and pro bono legal services in the proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget. Alas, the budget released last week did not include funding for the SCP's BLC program. It is hard to fathom if funding is not restored in the proposed budget via the city council process that's currently taking place. DCR will be unable to offer any of the aforementioned BLC programming as of June 30th, 2024. It should be noted that between 2019 and 2024, a general fund investment of $9 million in the social equity program has yielded over $40 million in business tax revenue just from our social equity entrepreneurs alone. We can only assume that these programs work for equity applicants and licensees, and that the city's continued investment in their success will equal future tax revenues, and more importantly, helping equity applicants create generational wealth for years to come. Just 2 weeks ago, before 420, DCR's SCP team hosted Equity Week Training Summit, the Equity Week Training Summit, focusing on marketing strategy, business structure, and investment, business planning, among other topics. Over 150 people registered for the event. It is events like this that are at risk of not happening anymore if we are not able to get this funding. The communication team, in concert with the SCP team, has been busy working with social equity entrepreneurs to highlight their stories and share their entrepreneurial journey with the rest of Los Angeles. If you are interested in having your business spotlighted, please contact Jennifer Marroquin. She's in the audience and her hand is raised right now. In the end, I want to thank our commissioners and our community members and all of our general licensees, equity licensees, and applicants going through this process. We're here to support you and we wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Garakian. Commissioners, are there any questions for the director? Okay, well, I have questions. So I'm wondering, has the department or anyone else done any predictive modeling to measure the impact that the defunding will have on the businesses and on the revenue?
I'm
On their
sure,
revenue.
I'm sure we will, I'm actually looking, thank you for your question, Madam President. I'm actually looking at a memo right now that the CAO just released, which is likely going to ask every city department who appears before the Budget, Finance, and Innovation Committee starting this week and through next week to prepare budget memos. So it is likely we'll probably get asked to do something like this to demonstrate what the impact will be.
Okay.
Um,
And then I'm just wondering too, and this is just not really a question. Well, it is a question. Is there an argument?
Wait, hold on one moment. I'm going to add one little piece there. Essentially, the average taxpayer is remitting about I mean, this is just back of the envelope. So pardon me. But the average taxpayer, equity or not, because of business taxes, cannabis business taxes, remits about 200K a year. So, and there are 100 of social equity applicants in the pipeline, hundreds. So we can imagine what the loss of that revenue would look like.
Okay, thank you. And then,
Thank you, Jason.
although I know that funding doesn't necessarily work this way, this linear, as I'm about to suggest, is there an argument that social equity's revenue pays for the social equity programming in some way, shape, or form indirectly?
I would say hypothetically likely.
Mhm.
Alas, that's usually not how the city budget works.
I know, yeah.
So, you
I
know,
preface it with that.
right,
It's not that linear.
all tax revenues go into the general
General
fund
fund.
and the mayor makes a decision on what programs are funded in the next fiscal year. I mean, it's important to recognize right now that this is a very, very difficult budget year. I'm just responding to a question from the commissioner.
Yes.
But this is a very difficult budget year and she has very hard decisions to make. I don't think it's personal.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Mason, if I might, this is City Attorney Emily Wada. I'm just wondering if this is a matter that you'd like to hear more about, you can always request the report back. Exactly.
Yeah. Please, I'll go ahead and do that now. Request a report back. I may have some additional.
Yeah, I would specifically ask the topics that you would like to report back on, if it's budgetary and it specifically relates to social equity program or anything else that you make that specific.
Okay,
Thank you.
so I would like to request a report back on the social equity program's impact on the budget, the adds to the budget, the takeaways from the budget.
Mhm.
And I guess my question is, I mean, I can't quite formulate where it is. I see it in my head. I can't spit the words out right now. May I amend my request as we progress, or Emily?
Yes,
Thank you.
you can always, if you remember, come back to this item and ask for that report back.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. With that being said, we're moving on.
Oh,
I'm
uh,
sorry, Commissioner Lim.
I have a question.
Certainly.
You were saying that there's a change in the law in regards to unlicensed cannabis activity. Can you run that by me one more time?
There was recently a motion that was introduced by Council Member Soto Martinez and Councilwoman Eunices Hernandez. And the motion seeks to limit criminalization to the owners of unlicensed commercial businesses and remove criminalization of the employees, the contractors, the agents, and the volunteers. It's my belief that the intent of this motion, which has been approved by council, which means at this point, council approves of the motion, city attorney works on an ordinance, that ordinance goes back to council, it has to be approved, and then it's law if the mayor signs it. But it's my belief that the intent of this motion is not to create a war on drugs 2.0 and criminalize the people that are just working there and not the owners that are actually committing the act, so to say.
This is Young Lim. In terms of the owners though, is there decriminalization for the owners also?
No,
Okay, understood. Got it.
yeah,
Thank you.
this is just to decriminalize those junior folks that are in those facilities. So they're not bearing the brunt of that criminalization and those impacts.
Thank you.
This is President Mason. Commissioners, any other questions before we move on? Okay, moving on to item 2, Commissioners, you should have an advanced calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look. And are there any planned absences from any of the commissioners? Okay, hearing none, we are moving on to approval of minutes. We were sent the minutes of April 18th, 2024 for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Young Lim. I make a motion to approve the minutes of April 18, 2024.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim. Is there a second?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to commission announcements and updates. Commissioners, are there any announcements and updates? Okay, hearing none, we are moving on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any requests for future agendas? Okay, hearing none, we're moving on to item 3, public comment period. We will now open general public comment and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. If you are listening on the live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here at the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. Are there any speaker cards or callers?
Yes. I will call. Do you want me to call from the meeting first or take the cards?
You can do live stream first.
Okay. Caller with phone number ending in 3608. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and the
Okay,
items you wish to speak on.
My name's Eli Chartcock. I'd like to make a general public comment.
Sure, you have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking on the commission's decision on the Green Earth Collective from the April 18th meeting. I want to respectfully point out that over the years and years, my neighbors and I and the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council, we submitted a great deal of documentation about the Green Earth Collective to the DCR, following the DCR's instruction, and none of that information was included or even acknowledged in the DCR's report to the commission. President Mason remarked at the April 18th meeting that you wanted to see information about how violent crime had changed in our street from before and after the presence of Green Earth. We provided all that information based on police reports to the DCR, and they clearly never passed that along to you. Commissioner Lim remarked that because submissions to the DCR's complaint portal had gone down in recent years, that meant conditions in our street have improved. That's not the case. Rocky Wiles appeared at an Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council meeting in 2021 and told us that at the time the DCR did not read any complaints submitted to their own complaint portal. That's why
Thank you,
complaint
sir. Your
submissions
time
went
is up.
down.
Thank you. We are going to call Hakvika House. If I mispronounced that, please forgive me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hakika House. I'm here in representation of Gorilla RX Wellness. I'm the co-founder. And just wanted to give my support of the renewal of the license since opening our
Sorry, ma'am.
doors,
What items are you speaking
for Gorilla RX Wellness.
on? Okay, you have 1 minute.
Since we've opened our doors, it's been our primary goal not only to offer wellness solutions for our community, but also to involve cooperative economics to build up the small businesses that are local to our community and to offer events and experiences that allow for education on the plant and also just promoting safe use, compassionate care, and just equal involvement. And I just wanted to come here today in support of moving that motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sheila Barone.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to speak on number 25. I am the executive assistant to Gorilla RX Wellness, Good Times Crenshaw. And in all honesty,
May I interrupt you? Could
Yeah.
you state your name for the record?
Sheila
please?
Barone.
Thank you.
There is absolutely no other brand I'd rather dedicate my life to. Every intention to this business is infused with joy, support, and compassion. As pioneers in the community, our status as the first Black woman-owned dispensary in Los Angeles is a testament to their commitment to inclusivity, love, and wellness. Not only do we provide exceptional service and care to our elderly members, but we also pride ourselves on passing down invaluable knowledge to empower our community. Good Times Crenshaw is much more than a cannabis retail dispensary. As you will witness today, we are all here to show gratitude and full support to be granted a yearly license, as we are part of a movement that celebrates unity, wellness, and the beauty of every individual journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll go to the caller queue.
Sure. Caller with phone number ending in 1090. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is James Doherty. I'm calling regarding item number 25.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. Gorilla RX is not just a dispensary. Gorilla RX is a community. It's the only store that has truly focused their business on wellness and community reinvestment. They operate a 501c3 nonprofit next door to their dispensary, which focuses on community reinvestment and workforce development. Gorilla RX is the first Black woman-owned business in the city of, first Black woman-owned cannabis business in the city of Los Angeles, and has operated by giving knowledge, resources, and assistance to other folks in their position. Gorilla RX not only deserves their annual license, it is imperative to the health and betterment of the community members of the Crenshaw corridor for Gorilla RX to get their license. Please issue Gorilla RX their annual license. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ignite Daniel.
Greetings, committee. I am Ignite Daniel, the neighborhood liaison over at Gorilla RX. And long before we even got to the position of
Excuse me,
license,
ma'am, what item are you speaking on?
25, excuse me.
Thank you. You have 1 minute.
Long before we even got to the licensing, we were like development group. We helped more people get verified in one weekend than the DCR did at their event. We don't, not to, but we definitely have been putting in the work since the very beginning. And even in opening our doors, we know all the people on the other side of the alley, the elders come to us if they have any issues. We have helped the people who are camping out next door, had nowhere to go, find homes and jobs and different things of that nature. We do much more in the community than just teach about cannabis and sell cannabis. We are all from the community, a staple in the community, well known. I've done hair on that block for 20 years. My uncle owns a business there. My grandfather started the barbershop down the street, performed at Maverick Flats. Kika did sweet strings in the mall. We are definitely all a part of the community and seek to provide that. We have the nonprofit next door that teaches skills that can be used across the board, not just in cannabis, but in any industry that the people decide to go through. They will learn skills that they can take anywhere, not just here. So giving us a permanent.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Back to the caller queue.
Caller with phone number ending in 6801. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm here to speak on item number 25.
Sure, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Lewis Harris with Uncle Lou's Farms, and I'm here in full support of Good Times Crenshaw, also known as Gorilla RX Wellness. And I just want to commend the owners and the work that they put in with the opportunity that they got with this license, the work that they have been committed to doing after that. And they are really the example of how a facility of retail should partner with the community and improving that community and the surroundings. Nobody like them doing the work. And so I just want to commend them and hope that you see the vision in granting them the annual license. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to in person, we have Lisa Andrews.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lisa Andrews. I want to speak in full support of item number 25.
You
Gorilla
have 1
R-
minute.
Okay, thank you. I didn't really prepare a speech. I just kind of wanted to see what was going on, but I didn't want to come down here and not show my full support for Gorilla RX. And they are, to me, the future of what cannabis is. They take the stigma off of dark, dirty, dingy dispensaries. It's live, it's lively, it's beautiful. You feel good when you go in there. And I want to just offer all of you commissioners the opportunity to come down and take a look at the future of cannabis. And we are so happy and we're so proud that they're in the community and it's amazing. And I want you all to support them and give them their permanent license. Thank you.
Thank you. To the caller queue.
Caller with phone number ending in 5018. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hi, my name is Kiara Watkins. I am calling for Agenda 25, which of course is Gorilla RX.
Sure, you have 1 minute.
I would love, thank you. I'm here to just state, of course, that Gorilla RX is not only just a staple for young Black women in the community, but it's for everybody in this community. The community is growing so big. They are more than just, of course, a cannabis retail store, but the education that they're providing, everything that they're doing within the community to outreach is amazing. And I am here to, of course, support that they get, of course, permanent licensing. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number ending in 3683, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hello. Okay. Hello, this is Robbie Davis. I want to speak on item number 25.
Sure,
I
you
sit
have
on
1
the
minute.
board. Okay, thank you. I sit on the board of the neighborhood council, and I want to say, prior to the licensing of this facility, Kika came to the community by getting on a radio program. The city had been celebrating the announcement of this cannabis equity program, but no one had informed the community as to how to access it. Kika and her staff opened the doors of their facility and brought the community in to literally walk them through the process. I became a candidate because I wanted to know whether or not equity actually existed. You know, in that first time run, it did not. But since that time, there has been a constant outreach from Gorilla RX, Good Times Crenshaw. There's no way in the world that this facility should not receive permanent licensing. When you walk into the facility,
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
staff are accommodating and welcoming. Thank you.
This caller does not have the number listed. I'm just going to unmute you. You should receive message to unmute yourself. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hello, everyone. My name is Faith Watkins, and I am speaking for Gorilla RX.
Item number,
25.
thank you. You have 1 minute.
Hi, Gorilla RX is a staple in our community, and from the moment you walk in, you can genuinely feel the love, culture, and care that is completely wrapped in the building. There is absolutely no other dispensary like it. Although it is a dispensary, it's far more than just walking in, buying your cannabis, and hopping out the door. You are always welcome. It provides a safe space for our community, young, old, and you can be educated on a bunch of different things, and they really look forward to providing a better environment for our culture. I definitely am in full support of permanent licensing for them, and I just really am just proud to know that when I walk through those doors, I just enter a whole different awesome world.
Thank you.
Thank
Your
you.
time is up. Caller with phone number ending in 5878, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hello, my name's Nicole Redler. I am calling to speak on item number 25.
Sure, you have 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I'm the CEO and founder of Recompass, which is a sustainability platform and hub for compassionate cannabis operators. I am calling to express my support of permanent licensing for Gorilla RX Wellness. They have been a extremely strong partner in providing free medical cannabis to underserved patients through Senate Bill 34, which was enacted in 2019, which enables licensed retailers like Gorilla Wellness to distribute free medical cannabis to qualifying patients. They have been a hub for providing this access to their local community and also creating a safe space for folks, many of which are low income, veterans, trauma survivors, and individuals battling HIV/AIDS, cancer, pain, PTSD, and many other
Thank you,
chronic
ma'am.
health
Your time
conditions.
is up.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 3361, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to speak on item number 25.
You have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Iman Brown, and I am calling, like many before me, to speak on behalf of and in full endorsement of Good Times Crenshaw, also known as Gorilla RX Wellness. I am a lifelong member of the Lamert Park community. I'm a mother, I'm a caregiver to older parents, and I'm an African-American woman who believes in health and wellness. And I can say resoundingly that Gorilla RX Wellness has been and continues to do great work in the community to uplift across the board. They're all about advocacy, education, wellness, empowerment, and healing spiritually, physically, mentally. They are doing great work. And I would like to strongly urge that they receive a permanent license to continue to operate in the community, lifting, as they climb and just, doing great work continuously. So I'm in full support and endorsement of Gorilla RX Wellness. Thank you.
President Mason, there are no callers with a raised hand in the virtual call.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. We don't have any other speakers in the room. So at this time, I will thank everyone for your comments and both the general public comment agenda item and single or multiple agenda item periods are now closed. We will move on to item number 4. Are there any, let me see, item number 4, neighborhood council presentations. This is a reminder that any representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. At this time, I am going to call the following items together. Items 5, 6, 7, 11, 13, 17, and 24 for the following applications. Therapeutic Health Collective, LA Organic Pharmacy Incorporated, Buds and Roses Collective Incorporated, Highland Park Patient Collective Incorporated, Klein and Woods, W Farm 1045, and VVS Panorama LLC. Commissioners, as you may have noticed, there is no recommendation from DCR to issue an annual license for these applicants. The recommendation in the department's staff reports for each of these applicants is to continue the hearing to the commission meeting of June 20th, 2024. Each report identifies open compliance and enforcement matters before the department. Therefore, the department is unable to submit a license recommendation at this time. Since the commission can only vote to approve or deny an annual license when there is a recommendation to do so from DCR, and there are none here on the agenda, items 5, 6, 7, 11, 13, 17, and 24, I move to continue these items to the June 20th, 2024 commission hearing to allow the department further time to consider making a recommendation for licensure. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Is there any comment or discussion before we go to vote? Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are now on item 8, DCR core record number 310074. This is a request from 10800 LLC or 10800 LLC to approve an annual license for a 3,200 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 10800 South Broadway. Josie, is there any neighborhood council or elected office representative on this item?
No.
Thank you. Department, DCR, is there a presentation from staff?
Yes, there is, Madam President.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to the commissioners, city staff, applicants, and members of the general public. My name is Cairo Hunter, and I will present item number 8 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310074 is associated with 10800 LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date on May 10th, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations, and also completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10001179-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. This is active through September 7th, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 10800 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90061, a parcel zone for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 8. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. During that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for a categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the department? Okay, hearing none. We will have a presentation by the applicant. The representative is Jose Pablo Casillas. Will the representative please approach the podium? Please state your name and you will have 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Good evening, Madam President and the commissioners. I don't have 10 minutes really to present our material, right? We've been a small mom and pop operation. Our social equity partner would be my friend from high school. And we kind of embarked on this journey from the very beginning when we heard of the news. Currently, we opened our doors December 7th, 2022. Since then, we've served 21,000 patients and customers. We focused on bringing education, quality product, and safety mostly to that area of the community. We have guards on site during our hours of operation, and we've created a close bond with the local police department who help us keep the area safe. And we've had no negative incidents or anything that has affected the community. On the contrary, we've seen a great love from the community, if anything, right? We have 90% of our daily customers are within our zip code. So that's been a great plus. And I want to thank DCR for all their support and the commission for hearing us today. So if there's any questions, I'm all ears.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. As part of the social equity program, did you take advantage of the favorable financing provided by DCR?
Not the financing specifically, but more of the educational aspect of the program. There are a lot of new elements that come into this industry by the day, as we can all hear by Biden's announcement, right? So everything's just kind of developing day by day, and without them kind of guiding us and helping us stay up to date on all of that, I would say it'd be even more difficult than it already is. I'd love to hear that the DCR is doing something also about the unlicensed businesses, specifically in our zip code, right? That's something that we face every day. They pop up within 3-4 blocks from us, and it dips our sales probably 50%, right? So that's something that we love to hear from DCR, and that it's getting a little bit more supportive. So all those resources are essential, right, to our operations, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez. When you see the pop-up illegal activity, do you report that to the portal for the DCR?
I do, to the DCR and also to the Department of Cannabis Control in Sacramento. And I've also tried calling the non-emergency line for LAPD. And what I've experienced is sometimes we won't get a response for 3 months. There'll be a shop operating, and that's killer to our bottom line. So would I like to see the response rate a little bit faster? Of course. I understand that the resources sometimes aren't there. That's no one's fault. But yeah, definitely big issue for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is President Mason. Share with us your vision for your business over the next year and a half.
So definitely we're still growing, right? Right now we're averaging 60-70 customers a day. The vision would be to incorporate a lot more knowledge of the plant, right? The educational resources provided by our partners. And at the end of the day, creating more of a community, right? That's our main goal. So yeah. Our business plan is more growing through word of mouth per se than to just make it a financial business, you know. And I'd love to go visit Gorilla RX for sure and take a couple notes. So
Thank you. All right, Commission, any other questions? Okay, hearing that there are no other questions for the applicant, any deliberation amongst us? I see no reason to oppose.
This is Commissioner Lim. I make a motion for item number 8, DCR core record number 310074 for the business premise located at 10800 South Broadway. I move to adopt staff recommendation as stated in the report.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim. Is there a second?
It's Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for being here. We're moving on to item 9, DCR Core Record Number 100002. And this is a request from the Welcome the Healing Touch Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 1,758 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 18013 West Ventura Boulevard. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will go ahead and hear from department staff.
Thank you, Madam President. This is Kyra Hunter again, presenting on item number 9 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 100002 is associated with Welcome the Healing Touch Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2009. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the LA Municipal Code, the DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10000548-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. This is active through August 8th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 18013 Ventura Boulevard, a parcel zoned for commercial purposes. The business is located in the Encino Tarzana Community Plan Area within Council District 4. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in the LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption applied to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. If Compliance and Enforcement Division issued, I apologize. Rocky Wiles, Bureau Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles, CED for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. This particular location, my staff did visit it a couple of times, but it was closed, so we were never able to gain access. We tried. We called the applicant several times, but the person also could not gain entry into the business premises. So I have nothing to report as far as any issues with this business, unfortunately.
Hi, this is Emily Wada from the City Attorney's Office. I just want to note for the record that an incorrect slide is being presented today for the public meeting, but the agenda and the linked report from DCR actually does reflect the department's recommendation. Unfortunately, what's been shown today in the live TV screens here is a recommendation for continuance, but that's inaccurate, and that wasn't what was posted with the agenda. Just noting that for the record. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez. So Rocky, you said you went to the 18013 West Ventura Boulevard address and you were not allowed, you didn't gain access to the
No,
to the address?
it was closed.
It was closed. Now, through your knowledge, does it continue to be closed or is it operating?
As far as I know, we checked twice and both times the business premises was closed. But I believe Mr. Glean may have an update.
Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director. There's a business dispute that's occurring at this particular location. So since DCR does not get involved with business disputes, what we do is, to the extent that there is a status quo, we try to maintain that status quo. So as Cairo mentioned, this business does have a local license as well as a state license. So while they're working through that business dispute, we did want to give them the opportunity to go forward to get their annual license before this commission. And then ultimately, when that dispute is resolved, whether it's an ownership modification or relocation or anything else, if it's substantial, like moving to a different location or changing the legal entity name that the license would operate under, that would be a matter that would have to come back before this body.
Thank you.
So there's Commissioner Lim. It says that on January 16, 2024, the property owner sent a notice to DCR saying that the licensee lost his site. So to clear up from what you were saying, if they do get a new location, then they will need come back to us to approve the new location.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So the license will, if we give a license today, that license is only for this location that we have.
Yeah, that license is issued to the applicant entity for that specific location and activity. If the applicant, the location, or the activities were to change, those would be matters that would have to come back before this body.
Thank you.
Hi, this is President Mason. Chief Wiles, has the applicant responded to any of your phone calls?
Yes, my staff has been in touch with one of the applicants, and what Mr. Glean stated is what was told to my staff as well. So yeah, that's what we were told. Yeah, it's not for lack of contact. I mean, they were trying, but like Mr. Glean said, we don't get involved in the dispute between the tenant and the landlord. So we, if they let us in, then we would conduct the inspection. But beyond that, there's not much more that I can report.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions for Chief Wiles or the department? Thank you. Do we have the applicant present? I don't have a speaker card.
There is no speaker card and I don't see a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners. Thoughts?
This is Vice President Nash. It's obviously an unusual situation. I would prefer to see the applicant here and be able to discuss the matter with them. However, in light of everything and not having seen any complaints that the applicant was a bad operator or anything, I'd be inclined to approve it and let it work its way out with the department and then again with the commission if they decide to open or relocate.
This is Commissioner Melendez. I would prefer to see if they would have a representative here to speak to us the next time the quorum gets together, and that way we can figure out a continuance of some sort.
This is President Mason. I do agree with Commissioner Melendez. My questions can't be answered. My questions would be, where are they in resolving the dispute with the landlord and how much more time? Do they need to resolve the dispute or do they see themselves relocating to a different location? So for those reasons, I would be more in favor of a continuance as well. Any other thoughts?
I second a continuance. There's Commissioner Lim.
Okay, well, we haven't made a motion, but Commissioner Melendez, you want to make that motion?
Yes, this is Commissioner Melendez. I motion and we continue item number 9.
And thank you all for your input. Is there a second to the motion?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
The commissioners, if I could.
And we need to continue it to a specific date.
Thank you,
Commissioner
President Mesa.
Melendez, can you amend that, please? Thank you.
Yes, so this is Commissioner Melendez. I move to continue item number 9 to our next date of to May 16th. If that's possible.
I second the motion. Vice President Nash.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are now on item 10, DCR Core Record Number 100015. This is a request from the Living Earth Wellness Center Collective Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 4,100 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 1323 Flower Street. Chelsea, are there any neighborhood council or elective office representatives present?
Are you from the neighborhood council?
No, Living Earth Wellness Center.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Living Earth Wellness Center representative.
Oh, okay. At this time, I don't have any.
Okay, wait, you can have a seat. We'll be with you in a moment. Thank you. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Okay, thank you, Jesse. Department, we'll go ahead and hear the staff report at this time.
Yes, thank you. Kyra Hunter again, presenting item number 10 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 100015 is associated with the Living Earth Wellness Center Collective Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license of the Type 10 retail with on-site commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19, 2019. And since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the LAMC and DCR's rules and regulations, and also completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, number C1000000595-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 28, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program, and the business premises is located at 1323 South Flower Street, a parcel zoned for community commercial purposes. The business is located in the Central City Community Plan area within Council District 14. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. And during that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. Several longtime customers stated that they enjoyed shopping at this location and feel it provides a safe and welcoming atmosphere. However, a local resident complained that the customers sometimes smoke nearby after leaving the premises. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in the LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption applied to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, Bureau Chief of Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I think I just got promoted to Bureau Chief. So I don't know, that's a good thing. The Rocky Wiles, Division Chief for Compliance and Enforcement Division. So this location is another location where staff was not able to gain access. We did receive complaints from LAPD on this location, and we did notify LAPD that the location was going to be before you today. When staff contacted the applicant, we were told that there is on this one, there is a dispute between also the landlord and the tenant. The landlord, I'm sorry, the tenant does not have site control at this point, is what we were told. So staff was not able to gain access and conduct its compliance inspection. As I mentioned, LAPD has reached out to us about this location earlier in February. We did inform them that the location was authorized. You know, they were reaching out to us to see if the location was unauthorized because they had received complaints. We did tell them that it was one of our authorized locations. They did say in their email to us that the location seems to be a nuisance, but nothing else was provided. Like I said, I did reach out to them and I invited them to come so that they can offer testimony to you. But they're not here.
This is Commissioner Melendez Rocky. March, they were issued a temporary license from March 19th, 2019. And when, to your knowledge, was the business closed because of dispute between the landlord and the tenant?
I don't have that information, Commissioner. I do believe that there was a court case file at by the sheriffs. I think that the sheriff did file a case against the landlord. But I don't have any of that information.
Good afternoon, Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. The staff report cites the Superior Court case number, which is 24 STCV 03547. It is a pending court case. The landlord had moved to evict the tenant, and the court had rejected the temporary restraining order preventing the tenant from utilizing the facility. But when we did go out to try to do an inspection, it was boarded up and locked, and both the tenant, our applicant, and the DCR was unable to gain entry into it. So there is a legal case pending, and I do believe the applicant is here. So when we move past department testimony, they can speak to more specifics of that case.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. I looked up the case number 24 STCV 03547, and that's a police brutality case where they're suing the police department of the city of Los Angeles. It didn't seem like it was a landlord-tenant dispute.
I'm not a lawyer, but based on my conversation with the Office of the City Attorney, that type of action was taken because LAPD served the eviction notice and the location was secured. I don't know if the City Attorney's Office is able to speak on the record about any more specifics.
This is Commissioner Melendez once again for Rocky. I'm looking here and it also says that there was a complaint filed July 12, 2020 about the purchase of product that was defective, and the purchaser couldn't get a refund.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask you to hold that thought because it sounds like you're moving on to a different concern. And the other concern hasn't been closed out yet, but I got you. City Attorney Wada, did you want to speak to the prior
No, just to say that, as far as I'm concerned, as a representative of the office, I don't have any information about that other lawsuit.
Okay, and I will say that the applicant's representative is here, so we can direct some of those questions to him. Now, Commissioner Melendez, carry on. Thank you.
Once again, this is Commissioner Melendez. July 12th, 2020, DCR received a complaint stating that the product purchased from the applicant was defective and could not get a refund. Can you expound, can you explain a little more of what that means?
That's exactly what the complaint said, because it had to do with the product safety. We went ahead and did refer to the DCC. I did talk to the DCC representative a couple of days ago to, make sure that they had received the complaint and whatever they had on their records. And basically what I was told is that they had to close the complaint because there was not enough information given about the product or the person filing the complaint. So that's all I can say about that. And that was, back in 2020.
If I may, Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. To Commissioner Lim's earlier question, there's more than one open case associated with this dispute. So the applicant would be able to speak to the case number tied to the landlord-tenant dispute. The one that is in the case is not the correct one for that. So I apologize for that citation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the department?
This is Vice President Nash. Rocky, could you go over the complaints a little bit more? Were there any from the portal from citizens, and any elaboration about the LAPD complaints would be appreciated.
Yeah, I don't have much. Like I said, I don't have any details about why LAPD had reached out to us and said it was a nuisance. They reached out to us to check if it was an authorized location, and we did that. The complaint that's on the staff report is the only complaint registered in our complaint portal. And when I did discuss this location with the state, they also, they didn't have any other complaints open on this location.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Selvin, you may now approach the podium, and we would ask that you state your name for the record, your relationship to the business, and you will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
First, I'd like to thank you all for having me. My name is Zachary Selvin. I'm very happy to be here today. I'd like to address, as a small family operated cannabis dispensary, we've been pioneers in this industry. We obtained our license in 2006. We have consistently strived to serve our community by offering career opportunities, supporting charitable events, providing high quality, affordable medicinal cannabis products, and our commitment to ethical business practices, inclusivity, and community support sets us apart in the industry. We have actively engaged in our community through charitable events such as toy drives, food drives for the homeless, and youth programs. Our dispensaries became a pillar in our community, supporting not only our customers, but other small businesses. We embrace diversity, creativity by offering career opportunities to individuals of all backgrounds. We support creatives and small businesses within our community, creating a network of mutual support and growth and giving people a second chance. We have over 15 years of experience in this cannabis. We have over 15 years of experience in this cannabis industry. We have overcame numerous challenges and hardships as a minority-owned business, and our dedication to providing exceptional service and building strong relationships with our customers has been key to our longevity and success. Our dispensary has sponsored multiple charitable events, including annual toy drives during the holiday seasons, food drives to support the homeless population in our community. We have hired individuals from diverse backgrounds, including those with limited education and work experience, providing them with valuable career opportunities in the cannabis industry. We have collaborated with local artists, small businesses to promote creativity and support growth in our community. Our small family-owned operated cannabis dispensary has demonstrated a strong commitment in serving our community with integrity, inclusivity, and creativity. We believe our long-standing presence in the industry, dedication to ethical business practices, and support from our community makes us deserving of our annual license renewal.
We are confident that with that continued support, we will continue to thrive and contribute positively to our community for years to come. We started in 2006. We pushed a lot of equality also for women. We're the first dispensary owned by a female and also a Black female since 2006. We're right here. And we're willing to cooperate and do whatever we want to, whatever we can to move forward with our annual license.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We got quite a lot happening in the court system right now. This is President Mason, so I can sense where the commissioners are going to go a little bit, but I'll leave it to them at some point. I want to hear more about each of the 2 court cases that are
Yes.
pending before you,
Okay,
involving you.
the first one is the one that he mentioned, which was case number 24ST-CV 03547. And that's where the landlord accepted $200,000 from us, performed an illegal lockout, and stole $400,000 worth of inventory from us. We have a police report. The police can arrest him for burglary or theft because they say burglary and theft is when someone breaks into a building they don't own. Because he owns the building, he's guilty of conversion. I have filed a separate lawsuit for conversion, which is the case number he was talking about, but you don't have on record, which is case number 24STCV 08647. And I'll repeat the other case number, which is 24STCV 08647. It's a lawsuit against the landlord for unfair business practice, illegal lockout, conversion, and a few other things on there. If you look the case up, ma'am.
So this is President Mason again. How soon do you see this being resolved?
To be honest, we won in court, which I have in our court case on case number 24STCV 03547. They said they told our landlord that he could not remove us from the property, and he already stole inventory from us. And within 2 hours after our court hearing, he broke into the place and stole our inventory. We called the police. We could still have possession there legally through the courts, but we chose not to move forward to put any inventory back because we don't want it to end up on the streets, and he stole our inventory twice. So right now we're in litigation. He has offered to return the premises and stuff like that. He wants me to drop the lawsuit. We're in negotiation between our lawyers. He was trying to force me to give him my license as well.
This is President Mason again. So if all of this is resolved going forward, how do you see yourself operating cooperatively with this particular landlord at this location? It sounds super hostile.
It is extremely hostile. So I need the judge, since the police can't help me because he owns the property, it's considered conversion. I need a judge to really scold him. If the judge doesn't scold him, I would like to change locations, but I don't feel comfortable putting products in there without a judge somehow or some way to be able to be protected. LAPD cannot protect me. Like they said, I have 2 police reports, and they said they can't arrest him for burglary. I have proof that he admitted to taking it. His lawyer admitted to taking it, and they said that his conversion is a civil matter.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners.
This is Commissioner Melendez. I have a question for you. So you've been operating since 2006. How many of those years have you spent at that location?
We've been there about, I believe, 6 or 7 years.
And where were you prior to that?
Prior to that, we're in Westwood, UCLA area. And then prior to that, we're on Pico and Crenshaw.
So in March 19th, 2019, you were at that location.
Correct. And then as far as the product complaint about the product being returned, it's hard for me to address that because I don't know what kind of product it was. Some products cannot be returned legally if they opened up flour or something like that. So I don't know the whole situation.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining that.
This is Commissioner Lim. I noticed in the community meeting, you had 15 people that attended and all 15 was in favor of giving you a license, which is a very, good number and no complaints at all. In regards to, the issues of right now, you just so I understand this, you do not want to open because if you open and put inventory in there, you're worried that the landlord will take the inventory.
Correct. And it's put me upside down financially with vendors and stuff like that. I have to pay for these products and pay taxes on these products.
So right now you do have the right to, you do have possession, right to possession,
Yes,
but you haven't opened because of the acts of the landlord.
correct. And harassment. Like if he knows I have an inspection, or every time I'm inspection, he'll purposely go there to block it, or he's very, it's a hostile situation. And until we can get in front of a judge and really work it out completely, I don't feel it's safe to put products inside there.
This is Commissioner Lim again. Looking at 24 STCV 03547, that looked like it was a police brutality case.
No, what it was the police acting in color of the sheriffs. Only sheriffs can evict somebody, not the police. LAPD does not have the legal ground to evict anybody.
Correct. But you didn't sue the police department of the city of Los Angeles.
No, I just said that the police were acting in color of the sheriffs, and that that it's illegal not to grant us a right to due process.
This is Emily Water from the City Attorney's Office. I would just want to be clear that we have the right case number then. Would you mind giving both of those to us again for our records?
Yes, 24 STCV 086.
I'm sorry. It's a little slower. 24,
STCV 08647.
and that's the conversion lawsuit where you're the plaintiff.
Correct.
Okay, and the other one?
The other one is 24 STCV 03547.
And who's the plaintiff in that one?
Gustavo.
Okay, so it's Gustavo Vera versus LAPD.
Correct.
Thank you.
You asked for both cases.
Yes.
Did you get both?
So in that case, the judge said the LAPD was wrong for acting as the sheriffs and returned the premises to us. And that case we're still going to court on.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to return the line of questioning to Commissioner Lim if you were talking about that second case number that he gave us.
Yes,
Okay.
that was the case number, and he is correct. The city of Los Angeles Police Department is a defendant.
Wonderful.
It's an unfortunate situation that you have with the landlord. How do you expect that to get resolved with the landlord? And when do you think you could reopen?
I could prove that was done with malice. So I see ourselves settling. He wants to settle right now, and we're very close to settling. But what he's offering is not reasonable for what I've lost. If we can't come to an agreement, I'm going to try to find a new location in the area, but I'd like to stay there. I think he wants me to stay there. I think we just got to agree on a number, and that's where we don't see high. I want more and he wants a lot less, and we're just going back and forth.
This is Commissioner Molina. So right now you have a provisional city and you have a provisional state, correct? And we're here for
Correct.
your for an annual for you, correct?
Correct.
You're still negotiating with your landlord on your situation. And wow, it's a tough situation.
Very extremely.
And this Commissioner Lim, you understand that if you decide to change location, you would have to come back here
Yes, I do.
to get approval for
Correct.
the new location.
Yes. I would have to apply for it, make sure it passed mapping, make sure you guys say it could be approved and start the process if I decide to go that route.
And then if we deny your application today, the landlord's pretty much won this case.
Correct. And I don't want that to happen because he's done everything to try to extort me for my license. And I did everything by the book. He had signed a paper with you guys in January to just pass saying that I was a good tenant and I was very good to him, which I needed for my license to show my character.
This Commissioner Lim, asking Jason if we have that recommendation from the landlord saying that he was a good tenant. Or is that a common practice, not specifically for this application, but in general, is that a common practice to get a referral from the landlord?
Yeah, Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. We just look at the face value of the documents. So the landlord provides attestation that the licensee has the ability to, engage in commercial cannabis activity at the location. And the lease is still a valid lease for this given location. So based on those two things, it would appear to the department that the licensee does have site control of the location until the licensee tells us otherwise.
Okay, so in this case, you would have to have that form signed by the landlord for him to get to this step right here.
Yes, sir. And the only reason we would change that opinion is if the licensee submitted a business premises surrender form to notify us that they no longer have site control, which then would result in the abandonment of their annual license application. And then the licensee would have an opportunity to refile, which is the process our licensee was speaking to. And basically that is a brand new application that would have to go through the full process and then end up back before this body.
And in this case, he has not signed the form for the surrendering of the premises, correct?
We do not have a signed business premises surrender form on file, correct?
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez for Jason. Do you know how much more time he has on this provisional license for the city?
For the city, the provisional license runs with the calendar year, so it's good through December 31st, 2024. And then for the state, I'm just checking right now. Their state provisional license is set to expire August 28th of 2024. This is an existing medical marijuana dispensary, so they're not considered a social equity applicant. So if their state provisional license expires, they would have to wait to get an annual license before they could operate again from the state of California.
This is President Mason. Are there any more questions for the applicant? Thank you. Is his 10 minutes up yet, Josie? He has one more comment. Yeah.
His time is up. No, it was. I'm sorry, no, his time stopped.
Okay, you stopped timing him when we started asking questions.
Yes.
I'll allow.
Ma'am, just to reiterate everything, we've been in this industry. We opened the third dispensary in Los Angeles. We've been here since the beginning. We worked for Weed Maps when there was a paperback newspaper, and we used to drop it off to every single dispensary in Los Angeles. We've been here since the beginning. We would like to be here in the end. We have done everything in our power to be compliant, have good ethical business practice, and we're doing everything by the law, through the legal routes. Sometimes the courts don't move as fast as real life, and it would be a extreme, unfair thing for us not to be granted an annual due to a landlord that just a few months ago said we were good and was trying to squeeze me for a license. And we won in court and he stole our inventory, and we have police reports, and it shows that it's a litigation going on between us. And I just wanted to I want to be granted my annual and chance to go through my litigation.
Thank you. This is President Mason. This one is hard. This one is hard. There are a lot of hostile moving pieces happening here. My concerns are about your ability, even if we grant the license, for you and this landlord to get along peaceably going forward. Without the landlord being here, without LAPD being here, there are some unanswered questions for me in terms of what the landlord is really willing to bring to the table to make your relationship as a tenant work. And I'm not ready to say no, but I'm also not ready to say yes because of those circumstances. I would rather continue this for another 30 days to allow some more time for you all to work things out and come back to us with a different scenario.
Okay. Ma'am,
That's where I stand. We're deliberating now, so we're not taking any more input from the applicant. I'm sorry. So commissioners,
This, Commissioner Lim, I'm not sure if a 30-day time period is going to resolve anything. If it's in litigation, it's been protracted litigation, it could take up to 2 years. The safe harbor here is that if he decides to move out and seeks a new location, he would have to come through this process again. To continue this is, to me, in my opinion, I feel like the landlord has the leverage at that point to extort more money or negotiate a better deal. And we're playing into the landlord's bad act. I did look at the 2 lawsuits. He is a plaintiff. He is pursuing his claim against the landlord. It seems, taking at face value what he said, that the landlord extorted him and stole his inventory. I'm not sure continuance is going to resolve this. This civil litigation is going to take years, and we're just giving the landlord more leverage.
okay.
thank you.
This Vice President Nash, I tend to agree with Commissioner Lim. It seems to me that the applicant is the victim in this matter, and if the landlord were to show up and allow us to question him, I might take a different stance, but here is the applicant, and we have the record of lawsuit before us, so I would be inclined to grant the license.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Melendez?
Yeah, I'm taking into consideration the fact that he has 19 people in support of his license, his background and his time that he's had his license. But I'm still a little wary of giving him a license based on the fact that, once again, we're kind of giving the landlord more than he needs. And I'd like to get a little more information before I can vote my conscience of what I think would be the right thing. Of course, I believe that the applicant is definitely in the right. But I'm just looking, then you look at what with Commissioner Lim saying, it could take some time. So it's just a muddy situation.
It is. This is President Mason, and some very salient points have been made. So I think at this time, we can go to motion unless there are other points in the deliberation.
This is Vice President Nash. With regard to item number 10, DCR core record number 100015 for the premises located at 1323 Flower Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated April 29, 2024.
There's a Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll. Thank you.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're good.
Thank you.
Run.
We are now on to item 12, which is DCR core record number 100057. And this is a request from Herbal Healthcare Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 1,347 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 7123 North Sepulveda. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected representatives here on this item?
No.
Then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Thank you, Madam President. Once again, this is Cairo Hunter, here to present item number 12 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100057 is associated with Healthy Herbal Care Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. And since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10000526-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 28, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program, and the business premises is located at 7123 North Sepulveda Boulevard, Van Nuys, California, 91405. This parcel is zoned for general commercial purposes. The business is located in Van Nuys, North Sherman Oaks Community Plan Area within Council District 6. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all properties within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There was one oral comment provided by the owner who stated he was proud to serve his customers and work with law enforcement and their neighbors to maintain their community. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reason in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commission, any questions for the department?
Yes, Commissioner Lim, I do have a question. You were not able to perform a compliance inspection for this property, correct?
For this particular operator, there were no complaints submitted through the complaint portal, and we did not have an opportunity to complete a compliance inspection. That is correct.
So what is assuming we approve this license, what is this? And I understand that before this applicant can get their license, they would have to go through a final inspection. Can you walk us through the process that would happen to get this final license issued to them?
Wonderful question. Thank you, Commissioner Lynn. Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. Our existing medical marijuana dispensaries are our phase 1 businesses, and our phase 3 retail round 1 and round 2 applicants had the opportunity to get temporary approval from the city, which allowed for them to operate with a state provisional license. Absent the provisional licensure, a business would not be able to operate before it comes before this body. So they would submit an annual license application. It would be processed by the department. The department would make an environmental finding that would come before this body. And then once this body acts to either approve or deny the license, they would continue on in the process. So in order for them to obtain their health permit, sometimes fire permits, building permits, et cetera, those agencies want a tangible license from the department before they'll consider it. So the final inspection that you mentioned is when the applicant or licensee trues up and shows us that they've met all of the other governing body agencies, permitting requirements. Then and only then can we do a final inspection. And that final inspection is the equivalent of the compliance inspection that the Compliance and Enforcement Division do. And if they pass that compliance inspection, they'll get an operating permit. So the annual license itself doesn't actually give the business the ability to operate. The ability can only operate with either temporary approval in conjunction with that annual license or an operating permit. The operating permit itself is the gold standard, and they can't get there without an annual license first.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Any other questions for the staff? Okay, thank you. Do we have a representative here on behalf of the applicant? I don't have a speaker card. Oh, I do. I'm sorry. Igor Kirshner? Kirshner?
That's right.
Kirshner?
Kirshner.
Okay. Thank
Hi,
you.
Commission.
Please state your name for the record and you do have 10 minutes.
Hi, my name's Igor Kirshner. I'm the co-owner and operator of Healthy Herbal Care. We're a Measure M vertically integrated business in Van Nuys. We operated the same location since 2012. We are dedicated to upholding the highest standard of compliance, safety, and service within our cannabis industry. We understand the responsibility that comes with operating within the regulated cannabis market and have implemented protocols to ensure full compliance with all local and state regulations governing the sale of cannabis. This includes working closely with our compliance council, adopting detailed standard operating procedures for quality control, inventory control, security, and overall business operations, and employee training to ensure compliance with these procedures. We make sure our standard operating procedures are up to date, given the industry is always changing with new regulations, and we try to stay on top of that. Our team is also committed to fostering a safe and welcoming environment for both our customers and employees. We prioritize education and transparency so that our employees can provide customers with comprehensive information about products and their effect to ensure responsible consumption, such as through patient appreciation days. Our store is also equipped with comprehensive security measures designed to safeguard against unauthorized access and theft. We utilize high-resolution surveillance cameras, alarm monitoring service, access control systems, and the key cards to regulate access to restricted areas and security guards. These measures help us maintain a secure environment for both our employees and our customers. We always work with our neighbors and our law enforcement in helping keep our communities safe, and we'll always continue to do so. We're looking forward to continuing operating with an annual license and being the best we can for our community. Thanks for considering our license.
Thank you. This is President Mason. I appreciate and thank you for your description of your security measures and your attention to detail in that area. Commissioners, are there any questions? None? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim for item number 12, DCR core record number 100057 for the business premises located at 7123 North Sepulveda Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendation as stated.
Is there a second?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. We will now consider DCR core record number 100073. This is a request from Cruz Verde Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 2,944 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 1658 West Carson Street, units A through C. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected officials present?
No.
Thank you. We will now hear from the department staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Emily Salazar, and I will present item number 14 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100073 is associated with Cruz Verde Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10000511-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 25th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 1658 West Carson Street, Units A, B, C, Torrance, California, 90501, a parcel zoned for neighborhood office commercial purposes. The business is located in the Harbor Gateway Community Plan Area with Council District 15. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024, and during that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about this application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salazar. Are there any questions for staff from the commissioners? Okay, hearing none, I will call the applicant's representative to the podium, and Rafael Chavez, please approach. Please state your name for the record. You will have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, Commission. I really don't have anything prepared. My name is Rafael Chavez. I'm here as a representative for the Cruz Verde, which is known as Green Cross of Torrance. I just wanted to express that we're very grateful for the opportunity to finally get an annual license. We've been operating in the same location since 2006, back when we were, medical collective. We are a minority-owned business. My brother, Edward Chavez, and my wife, Rachel Chavez, are the owners. We have become a staple in the South Bay because we are the first and oldest shop there. In fact, we recently, just last week, were voted best dispensary for the 6th year in a row from the Daily Breeze, which is the largest newspaper in the South Bay. We believe in giving back to the community, so we sponsor annual toy drives, canned food drives. We raise money for breast cancer awareness. We very much enjoy being in the community of the South Bay, and we hope that you will grant us our license.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Chavez?
This is Commissioner Melendez. Do you guys do any kind of like military discount?
We do. We offer a veteran a military discount.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, there are no other questions for you. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you taking time out of doing business to appear before us. And are there any deliberations between commissioners at this time? Are we going straight to motion?
Does Commissioner Lim, let's go to a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion to for item number 14, DCR core record number 1000073 for the business located at 1658 West Carson Street, Suite A through C, to adopt staff recommendation as stated.
Commissioner Melendez, I second the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. The time is 3:56. At this time, we will pause for a 15-minute break.
Thank you.
This isn't 15. DCR core
Uh,
record number.
President Mason, I just want to state for the record that all commissioners are present.
Thank you. We are on item number 15, DCR core record number 100087. This is a request from Sherman Oaks Collective Care Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 3,056 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 5740 North Lancashire Boulevard. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Hi, my name is Emily Salazar again. I will be presenting item number 15 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100087 is associated with Sherman Oaks Collective Care Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code LAMC and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10000420-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 14th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 5740 North Lancashire Boulevard, North Hollywood, California, 91601, a parcel zoned for commercial purposes. The business is located in the North Hollywood Valley Village Community Plan area within Council District 2. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. And during that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists the number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Salazar. Commissioners, are there any questions for the department staff? Okay, then we do have 2 representatives here on behalf of the applicant. We have Brooke Lynn Elizondo and Lucine Navasardian, and you may both approach the podium. You have 10 minutes total. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lucine Navasardian. I'm an owner of Sherman Oaks Collective Care. We've been in a business a little bit over 17 years, and we have a presentation. If you don't mind, Brooklyn will go over.
So we did email this presentation. Wow, I didn't think it would be up there. Okay. So briefly, it just kind of goes over who we are, what we've achieved, and addressing basic concerns that you might have as, as your positions. So I don't know if we want to move forward to the next slide. So our story, we've been operating since 2006. We are completely woman-owned, woman-ran. from our CPA to our owner to just day-to-day operations. We can go to the next slide. This is just kind of basic information. Since the time of operation, what we have achieved since we've been in our location currently, our community has always been the heart of what we do. So we're proud to build with our community. We support a lot of local businesses. The next slide kind of shows an example of how we do that. This is a very basic example. We have business cards for local businesses promptly displayed in our store in 2 different locations, one in our lobby and one in our showroom. We also have a letter of support from a small business. I don't know if we submitted that, so sorry about that. But we can move on to the next slide as well. So building on the point of we've established a legally compliant and secure marketplace to provide the members of our community with access to products that are thoroughly tested, regulated, and compliant with the state of California's laws and regulations. Our products are fully compliant. We have everything to back it: paperwork, metro tags, invoices, all the jazz, as well as COAs. The reason that this is so important and locations like ours are so important is without safe, reliable places, people turn to questionable options, such as illegal markets. So yeah, we just want to make sure that that's our top priority, complying with everything. And then on to the next one. We just want to get ahead of basic concerns. We've never really had any issues with anything listed here. But this is just how we adhere to everything. So parking, I know sometimes that's a concern for the community, but we have our own parking lot. We've actually built it ourselves. We acquired a motorcycle shop that had no back lot. We paved it without asphalt to provide parking to ease concerns from the neighbors. Noise complaints aren't an issue, just because, again, we adhere to all regulations, so we don't really cause any noise pollution. And then traffic. We actually have a lot of people that just walk to our store. We're kind of a staple in our neighborhood, so a lot of our people are just pedestrian travel. So we can move on to the next one. And then this kind of goes over compliance and how we are compliant with everything. This is a lot to read, but you guys can look it over. It's just basically our security surveillance requirements, everything that you guys request from us and what we adhere and how we adhere to it. And then, yeah, our security is not armed. We actually believe that that's kind of detrimental to the business. We believe in the art of de-escalation. We don't believe in conflict. We work really closely with our local police department, with our neighbors as well. So our facility is equipped with over 15 cameras, over 5 of which are strategically positioned to monitor the perimeter of our establishment. We willingly provide surveillance video to law enforcement and even our neighbors. Some of them have had their cars broken into, and we just happily and easily provide that to them for insurance purposes. Even though it has nothing to do with the shop, they're not getting broken into because of us or anything like that. And then, yeah, that pretty much concludes everything. That was a quick little speed run, sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Brooklyn. That was very thorough. I appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure. That's what we're here for.
Commissioners, any questions for the ladies? I appreciate you providing footage. Personal story, had someone to get into a car accident. And I said, was there a dispensary nearby? And you're like, why? And that's because they have footage. That's why. So thank you for that. Seeing that there are no questions, do we have a motion?
For item number 15, DCR core record number 100087 for the business premises located at 5740 North Lancashire Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendation as stated therein.
This is Commissioner Melenas, I second.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
very much.
Item number 16 is DCR core record number 100625. This is a request from Marina Caregivers Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 1,610 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 13453 Beach Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected official representatives here on this item?
No.
Okay, then at this time we will hear from staff. Ms. Salazar?
Thank you. This is Emily Salazar again. I will present item number 16 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100625 is associated with Marina Caregivers, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of September 9th, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code LAMC and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10000460-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 17th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 13453 West Beach Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90292, a parcel zoned for commercial manufacturing purposes. The business is located in the Palms Mar Vista Del Rey Community Plan area within Council District 11. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists the number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons set forth in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to the CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Hello again, Rocky Wiles for the Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. So location at 13453 Beach Avenue. We received a complaint on August 19th, 2020. Alleged employees were trespassing onto the neighbors' properties, illegal parking, employees selling cannabis products from the trunk of their car. And they were staying open beyond their operating hours. They were staying open until 2 a.m. and excessive noise from the property. We did do a compliance inspection on April 24th. And there were 4 deficiencies that were noted. As far as the complaint staff, I did query staff about, these items that were on the complaint. Yes, they were 4 years ago, and they did not report any of those complaints to be substantiated. So the 4 deficiencies that were noted on the NTC that the department issued were they need to submit a modification to the department to register their DBA, their fictitious business name. They do have outdoor speakers, which is something that we don't allow per the regulations, so they do have to remove the outdoor speakers. They did not have the BTRC or the neighborhood liaison contact information posted, and they need to provide the after hours emergency contact for the public. And also they don't have the DCR and the DCR court record number on their badges. The staff did meet with the representative after the inspection, and like I said, we have issued the NTC, the notice to correct.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for department staff?
This is Vice President Nash. In connection with the complaint of August 19th, 2020, did the department do any investigation of the complaints?
In 2020, no, we didn't have the resources or we didn't have the division. We didn't go out there in 2020, no.
And so you don't even reach out, or, I mean, at that time, you weren't able to reach out or get a response from the
Right.
applicant?
Yeah, it was right in the middle of COVID. So we weren't even, at that time, to be perfectly honest, we were not, we were focused on the licensing. On the licensing, function of the department.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for staff?
When was the,
Can you state?
this
your
is
name?
Commissioner Melendez, when was the provisional license issued to this applicant?
That information is on the staff report. I don't have that on.
I believe he said 9/9/2020, or it was said 9/9/2020.
Okay, this is Emily Salazar with the Department of Cannabis Regulation. The state license was active through July 17, 2024, and they received temporary approval with us with the effective date of September 9th, 2020.
Yes, I see the point. So when the complaint came in, they were not authorized. So, but we didn't get any complaints from LAPD. At that time, if we had received this complaint today, we would have forwarded it to LAPD if they had, because they were not authorized at that time to operate. But we didn't verify whether it was them or not operating. It could have been a different operator.
So this Commissioner Lim, besides receiving this complaint, we don't know, we don't have the resources to follow up with, see if it's accurate, not accurate.
Right.
Whether it was the same operator, a different operator, it was just reported to us.
It was reported to us, through the portal.
And besides that, there's no other complaints against this applicant.
This was the only complaint in our portal.
This is Commissioner Melendez, but this would be a complaint that would be issued to this address. Is that correct?
Yes. It was about that location.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, and I just want to sum up these questionings. I think that we're at a place where we can't determine if it was the current applicant operating at this location or if it was some other entity operating at this location, because enforcement couldn't inspect, it was COVID, and because of staffing size or lack thereof.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we do have thank you. We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. At this time, Amanda Price, you may approach. You have 10 minutes. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Sure. My name is Amanda Price. I'm the VP of Finance and Accounting for Marina Caregivers. First of all, thank you, Madam President and Commissioners, and special thank you to the DCR for this guidance during this application process. It's not easy and we really appreciate your help. Halsa Holdings actually took over in July of 2021, so that wasn't us. Just to get that clear. Since then, our revenue has steadily grown to 2.8 million annually, total of almost, or I'm sorry, 2.8 million annually and 7.9 total. Additionally, over the past 3 years, we've collected and remitted state tax, which equates to 800,000 to the city of LA under Measure M and 1.5 million to the state of California. We believe in a positive addition to our community. We've completed building improvements to the interior and exterior by installing bright-proof glass and extra lighting to deter theft and to keep our neighborhoods safer. We frequently reach out to our neighborhood council to see if there's any way that we can contribute to making our community better and a safer place. We provide safe access to affordable cannabis products to our local community, including offering lifetime discounts to veterans, active military, seniors, and medicinal customers. We currently employ 60 to 65 employees across the state of California. When we took over Marina Caregivers, we retained the original staff as we transitioned to Highway Cannabis. Currently, 18 of our employees are dedicated to the Marina Del Rey store. We take pride in paying our employees a premium wage, as well as offering a robust health package for our employees and their families. We encourage our employees to plan for their future. Therefore, we offer them a 401k savings plan in which the company matches up to 6%. One of the items which I'm personally proud of is that the majority of our managerial positions are held by women, including 75% of our executive team. Collectively, our executive team has over 35 years' experience operating legal cannabis stores and are proud to bring the expertise to the community of Marina Del Rey. I'm pleased to share that we have established a labor peace agreement with the International Brotherhood of Teamsters Joint Council. With that being said, we kindly request that you approve our application for an annual license.
Thank you. This is President Mason. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I have a couple questions. Prior to you taking over in July of 2021, we have the previous tenants, whoever they may be, were cited for trespassing on your neighbor's property, illegal parking by the employees, and employees selling cannabis product from their trunk of their vehicle and staying open past their till 2 a.m. Have you had any problems with your neighbors in parking?
We've not had any problems. We actually, in part of our building improvements, we put a parking lot on the backside to allow for more parking, which there is a gate that's closed. So we actually provided more parking for our neighbors and got more our customers off the street.
And this is Officer Melendez too. So you said you retained 18 employees from the previous business that was there?
Yes.
Now, do you know if those employees were around with when there was an employee selling cannabis from his trunk before?
The manager that was there at the time is no longer with us.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Any other questions?
There's Commissioner Lim. On April 24, 2024, there was a compliance inspection. And do you have any, and you were cited with 4 minor citations. Have you taken care of those issues?
Yes, they've all been taken care of.
Thank you, Commissioner Lynn. Any other questions? Okay, I'll open it up for deliberations at this time if there are any. Okay, hearing none, is there a motion?
Regarding item number 16, DCR core record number 100625 for the premises located at 13453 Beach Avenue, I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated April 29, 24.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
And President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we are on to item 18. DCR core record number 101741. This is a request from MMD Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 1,800 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 1515 North Cahuenga Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected representatives present?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Thank you, President Mason. This is Emily Salazar again, and I will present item number 18 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101741 is associated with MMD Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000510-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 25th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 1515 North Cahuenga Boulevard, a parcel zoned for regional center commercial purposes. The business is located in the Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District Number 13. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024, and during that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on this department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with their criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. The commissioners, are there any questions for Ms. Salazar? Okay, hearing none, we do have a representative for the applicant, Sarah Dale. Please approach the podium, state your name for the record, and you will have 10 minutes.
My name is Sarah Dale. I'm the Director of Public Affairs for MMD Inc. Good afternoon, commissioners. I was honored to present here at the April 18th meeting. I was the very last on the agenda, so I'm going to repeat myself a little bit because there was nobody here except for us. I want to sincerely thank the commission and city staff. What some of the applicants and some people watching might not know is that this is a volunteer commission. They're here volunteering their time for the next year or 2 years under the direction and at the pleasure of our Mayor Karen Bass. They accepted the assignment and it's a big one. They're here twice a month for several hours. And on top of that, as you can see through today's proceedings, they do their homework. They're looking up court cases. They are looking into compliance issues. So I want to thank you for your service to our great city. And being part of what I really do believe is a landmark commission that other municipalities and states will look to and look at as they regulate cannabis, including the community, including compliance, and understanding the complexities of it with public safety at the forefront. Now I would like to talk about our agenda item, which is MMD Incorporated, located at 1515 North Cahuenga Boulevard in the heart of Hollywood. MMD has 3 locations in Los Angeles. one in Long Beach and one in Redwood City, California, and Northern California. For the past 17 years, we have been under the same ownership and management. We're very proud of that. This is a big day for those of us who have been under several different regulatory schemes. To finally get annual licensing that aligns with state licensing is a really big deal. This location we've been operating at since 2016, so 8 years and counting. And we are really entrenched and really, we believe, a vital part of the Cahuenga Pass corridor. We have a really vital, active neighborhood right there, 2 blocks from the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And right up from Sunset Boulevard. We do a lot in our community. We do annual food and toy drives. We have each employee gets up to 40 hours a year of paid volunteer time. So we not only raise money and write checks, but we're actually hands-on. In Hollywood, we have been, gosh, for like the entire time we've been there. When we first opened, we were medicinal in Hollywood, and we noticed there was an address that kept coming up. And we were like, what's going on? Why do we have so many patients? So we looked up the address, and it was Triangle Square Living, which is one of, it's the city's only senior LGBTQ housing. It's now owned and operated by the LGBTQ Center, which is right around the corner on Schrader. So we immediately reached out to them because we were like, we have so many patients here, this address, started volunteering. We still do an annual Valentine's Day luncheon with them, and we bring the staff, we hang out, we hear stories, we offer discounts, and it's been really inspiring. We need more of it. We're an active member of the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. And through this process, when we reached out to our neighborhood council, which is Hollywood Central, we are set to present to them next month, which we're really excited about. And for our business improvement district, we actually worked with them last year. We are sponsors of the Hollywood Pride, that there's like a block party that is part of Christopher Street West, but the block party part of it is run through our business improvement district. I'm almost done. I thought you guys would enjoy this. So we're in the heart of Hollywood, and we've been talking a lot about regulation and legalization and also the illicit market, which is hurting all of us, right? So we have a huge tourist population in Hollywood. We've been for years, when we went recreational in 2018, we started an outreach education campaign called Be Safe, Be Legal. And I can give you each one of these. And it's a card that is not only at our dispensary, but we worked with all of the concierges at our hotels to inform tourists what safe and legal behavior is, how much you're allowed to buy, how much you're allowed to have on you, and most importantly, how to spot an illegal dispensary, which are rife in our neighborhood. This program still goes on today. We are constantly engaging with our tourism and our local partners, whether it's restaurants, bars, or smoke shops, to make sure we get the correct information out to them on how to be safe and how to be legal. As other applicants, I would like to echo their sentiments that we would love for there to be more dedicated resources to shutting down unsafe and illegal dispensaries. It's really difficult we want to play by all the rules. We all do play by all the rules. We pay our taxes, but the illicit market is really, it's an issue, and it's a public safety issue. So we're hoping that with the success of annual licensing, when it gets more clear who is licensed and who isn't, that can be the next thing the Department of Cannabis really tackles. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. You scared me for a second when you said you had something for us. I was like, oh my God, please don't let it be samples. Please.
I baked some brownies.
Thank you for your handout as well. The only thing missing is the LA County.
So that's old.
Okay.
So we've been doing that since 2018, and this is from the archive. It is not the current one, because now you guys have it on your website as well.
Yes.
So yeah.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Dell?
This is Commissioner Lim. Is this Hollywood location subject to, I think, a Netflix TV series?
Yes.
I forgot the name of that.
So there is a reality show that just came out about our company. It's called High Hopes.
High Hope,
It
right.
was produced by Jimmy Kimmel, who's also our neighbor. It was all very organic. We were his dispensary. And it's currently airing on Hulu.
I believe after our last commission hearing, I watched TV and I saw that and I saw you on that show.
It happened.
And so he's not here?
No, no.
Okay, excuse me, I feel some kind of way. Anyway, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any deliberation amongst the commissioners other than me being upset that Jimmy Kimmel didn't come out and film us today?
You should definitely watch High Hopes.
If you're watching, I'm talking to you. Okay, then do we have a motion?
Regarding agenda item 18, DCR core record number 101741 for the premises located at 1515 North Cahuenga Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated April 29, 2024.
This is Commissioner Melendez. I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Item 19, DCR core record number 101750. This is a request from Kushism, Inc., or Kushism Incorporated, to approve an annual license for a 6,958 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 7555 Woodley Avenue. Are there any neighborhood council representatives or elected officials here on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Thank you, President Mason. Sad to report this is the last item number I'll be reporting on today. My name is Emily Salazar, and this is item number 19 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101750 is associated with Kushism Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code LAMC and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000505-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 24th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 7555 North Woodley Avenue, Lake Balboa, California 91406, a parcel zoned for commercial purposes. The business is located in the Van Nuys North Sherman Oaks Community Plan area within Council District 6. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. During that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons set forth in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to this project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief of Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location. Oh, she's on her way.
I apologize. I didn't think this was my item. Rocky Wiles for the CED, representing the department. All right, so we're on item 19. Ooh. I apologize. It's okay. Thank you. For 7555 Woodley Avenue, July 21, 2020, we received a complaint. Alleging the sale of cannabis products with fake labels on sale. In the sale of untested products. Commissioners, if you can give me, can you give me 30 seconds so I can grab my notes in the other room, please?
Yes.
This is Officer Melendez. I have a question for Jason. Commissioner Melendez, sorry. Jason, for this applicant, what day did they get the provisional? Do you know? Do you have a date on that?
Yes, the provisional was issued on March 19th, 2019. Sorry, this is Emily with the Department of Cannabis Regulation.
Hello, Commissioners. This is Rocky Wiles. Yes, on that complaint, we did check with the DCC, and the DCC said that they did not receive the complaint, and I guess they closed the complaint, but let me start over. I did talk to the DCC a couple of days ago about all these cases, and when he looked into their complaint portal, there was no complaints about this particular location, even though on our side we did refer it to them. So I don't know what happened there, but we did on our side. It says that we did refer it to them, and the DCC doesn't have a record for this complaint. As far as the compliance inspection, there was only two deficiencies that staff found. One was the doors to the limited access area did not have the required hardware, and they were missing the patron and employee code of conduct.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Wiles?
This Commissioner Lim, the fact that DCC didn't receive a complaint, what is?
Yeah,
Solution
we
for that.
talked about it, and it's hard for me to, go back. This was something that we referred, actually, it wasn't last year, it was back in 2022. So in 2022 is when we referred all these complaints, at the end of 2022 to the DCC. That at that time is when the licensing staff helped us go through all of the complaints in the complaint portal, and so we did a lot of referrals. So it was at the end of 2022. I see what we did on our end, and then they don't have it on their end. But in my meetings with the DCC, we've started to meet on a monthly basis and share information. So, when it comes to product testing and things like that, they're very, very thorough. And they do conduct their own inspections. They take a long time going through each product. We're talking about, doing compliance inspections together to be more efficient. And again, whenever and I did give them heads up on this. So just the fact that we're talking and they know that there was a complaint, it's a red flag, and they are doing compliance inspections.
And Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director, when the state adopted the commercial cannabis guidelines, there were no existing testing labs in 2018 when businesses started to operate. So the state started to phase in the testing requirements over time. And this is right around the time where those testing requirements became permanent and businesses could only sell tested products. So I know there was a fire sale where people were trying to clear out all of the products that effectively were not going to meet the testing and labeling requirements. And this was around that period of time. So it just may have been the fact that somebody noticed that people were selling products that were no longer being required to be tested, but that happened before the law actually changed. And then we finally got to the complaint.
Commissioners, I have to apologize. I was reading the notes for a different case. I do have the note here on this case that the DCC found no evidence of that. They found no evidence of fake products, that the testing was done and they had the required COAs on file and that everything looked that it was tested. I apologize for that. There's cases
This is Commissioner Mason. Thank you for the clarification. I do have a procedural question. So when the department submits a request to the state, do you receive an acknowledgement of receipt of the request? Do you receive a case identifier number? So there's no feedback
Actually,
from the
yes,
state in
yes, we
terms
do.
of receipt?
Yes, we do. Back then, I think it's because yes, we do receive the complaint.
Okay,
Yes, so we can
Acknowledgement.
check back. Yes,
okay,
yes.
thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez. Quick question. How often does the state actually, this is a state question, but how often does the state check the product?
Again, I can't answer for the state, but just in my conversations with them, they're very under-resourced as well. So they're very reactive. So it's based on complaints. So if there's a complaint about product, then they'll go out there and do an inspection. More of an enforcement action, they're complaint driven right now because they don't have enough resources to be proactive and do compliance inspections.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you. Will the applicant's representatives please approach the podium? You will state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. There are two of you. You will have 10 minutes total.
Thank you. My name is Shannon Soria, and I am the Compliance Coordinator of Kushism, joined by Rebecca Daniel, Kushism Supervisor. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to join you today on behalf of Kushism, a longstanding community fixture in Van Nuys. Since our establishment in 2006, we've seen the landscape of cannabis regulation undergo significant changes from what we used to call the Wild West to the interim control ordinance to provisional licensing, and now the journey to official annual licensing. Through it all, we've remained steadfast in our commitment to compliance with California and Los Angeles laws as one of the original pre-ICO dispensaries in the same exact location it's always been. We've navigated the twists and turns of regulation adjustments with resilience and integrity, adapting our practices to ensure that we continue to serve our community ethically and responsibly. For over 17 years, Kushism has been a cornerstone in the Lake Balboa Van Nuys community, providing a reliable source of cannabis products while fostering a welcoming and informative environment for our local patients and customers, where they can access cannabis products responsibly and with confidence, especially women and the elder generation to whom safe access to cannabis was a newer concept.
My name is Rebecca Daniel. While we maintain an environment with personalized service where a majority of our patients and customers are on a familiar first name basis, it is important to us that our impact extends beyond our dispensary walls. Annually, through food, clothing, or money donation drives, we give back to the community that has supported us for so long, embodying the spirit of compassion and solidarity. And our specials for veterans are not merely a marketing tactic. They are a heartfelt gesture of appreciation for their service. Granting us an annual license would not only validate our journey, but also reaffirm our commitment to upholding the highest standards of professionalism and integrity that California cannabis has been building towards for almost 2 decades. It would enable us to continue serving our community with authenticity, compassion, and dedication to compliance. Once again, we want to express our gratitude for having us here today and considering Kushism for our annual license. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for being here. This is President Mason, and thank you for your presentation. Talk to us a bit about what was happening in July of 2021 that could have led to this complaint that was filed.
I thought that was
I
the
thought it
wrong
was-
dispensary.
that was actually news to us.
Yeah, we've never heard of
This is
that.
Shannon, sorry about that. None of these complaints actually, we've heard it here for the first time. You know,
I thought she said she read the wrong note.
I don't know. And also, by the way, it says 6,958 square feet. We're only 1,400 square feet, but I think that's just a typo.
Okay.
There's a lot going on.
Crossing that out, cancel the question. And it's how many square feet?
1,400.
Thank you. And so we'll correct the record to reflect that on DCR core record number 101750, this is a request from Kushism Inc. to approve an annual license for a 1,400 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 7555 Woodley Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicants from the commission?
This is Commissioner Lim. So you've been at this location, 7555 Woodley Avenue, since 2007, and you're not aware of the complaint for on July 21, 2020?
None.
Okay. Do you recall the transition around that time period when the testing and labels was required?
I mean, yeah, if there's a lot going on, like with the stay in the city, it's basically whatever, we get the emails, we'll go through any changes. It's actually, I think it was the BCC at the time, they'd have that, we'd follow it. And then, it's kind of like a manual, but I mean, we recall, we were there in 2021.
Yeah.
There was no business, like nothing out of the ordinary that we specifically noticed. Or, I mean, I know people were like, everybody's vendors were getting it together at the time and stuff, but we were just,
It was an interesting transition.
but I don't recall anything specific of any complaint or any type of fiasco with any vendors or anything like that.
Do you recall whether you guys were having a fire sale to sell off the inventory on the untested product?
Not specifically for that reason either. So I don't like I said, this is actually pretty new. And I don't 2021 was only 3 years ago. We've been here for a very long time.
This is
So,
Commissioner Melissa, it was 2020. It was in 2021.
Okay,
So it was right-
2020.
So it was right at the end of COVID.
okay. I wouldn't really call it safe. If there were any sales during that time, it wasn't because of anything specific to like quoted, let's move some untested back. That, I mean, not for any reason like that. It would be if there was a sale because we need to move forward. We are sitting on some stuff, it's 2020. Some people are coming out, some people, they didn't want to go to dispensary at the time. Like we were trying to make sure that we drum up business because we were one of the fortunate ones to still be considered essential. So, we really wanted to bring that in. As far as we're concerned, I said, but nothing stands out to either of us. I don't think that there was a specific sale to do that in general.
So then this is President Mason, your position is that it was pretty much business as usual. No extraordinary sales, no questionable behavior.
Nothing of that,
No, I do remember some of the vendors not being able to sell to us yet because they had their license and we still were waiting on ours, but that's the only thing I really remember.
Okay, I see you, Assistant Director Colleen.
Yeah, the Compliance and Enforcement Division, I believe, tried to clarify for the record that they were able to follow with the Department of Cannabis Control, who investigated whether or not the certificates of authenticity were correct for these products. And they found that all of the products did meet the requirements at that time. So there were no violations.
Thank you for steering the questioning in the right direction, Mr. Colleen. With that being said, any other questions for the applicants? Okay, hearing none, any deliberation on this one? Thank you. Do we have a motion?
For item number 19, core records number 1, this is Commissioner Melendez. For item number 19, DCR core record number 101750 for the business premises located at 7555 Woodley Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendation as stated on their staff report dated
You're fine there.
April 22nd, 2024. Is that it?
Is that correct, Jason? 29? 29.
Or April 29, 2024.
Is there a second?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on to item 20, DCR core record number 101758. This is a request from New Apothecary Incorporated to improve an annual license for a 2,000 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 15374 Dickens Street. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected official representatives with us this evening?
No.
Thank you. We'll now hear from staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Gia Angela Serrano, and I will present item number 20 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101758 is associated with New Apothecary Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10000518-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 25th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC's Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 15374 Dickens Street, Encino, California, 91403, a parcel zoned for commercial purposes. The business is located in the Encino Tarzana Community Plan area with Council District 4. On or about April 2, 2024, DCR provided a notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Serrano. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, do we have a representative? We do have one representative for the applicant. You may approach the podium at this time. Please state your name for the record and you will have 10 minutes.
Hi, my name is Manoj Srinivasan. I am one of the pot owners as well as involved in operations. I wanted to just point out, I moved to LA in 2019 and this happened to be the first dispensary, and dispensary was kind of a new concept to me as I'm not a big consumer. But the store was completely open and engaging, explaining what it all was and how to consume, especially with edibles and topicals. So when I had the opportunity to invest in 2020, I jumped on the opportunity just because of just the culture and kind of how welcoming it was to me. We've been around from 2012, and from a overall compliance standpoint, it's really kind of a lesson for me as we've been kind of on board and everybody's been teaching me and making sure we've stayed compliant. The same security team from day one still is actively involved. So we've been adhering to kind of all the regulations and standards. The store itself, most of the employees are the original employees that were from, I guess, day one, and they've still kind of grown through the ranks now from bud tenders to now running the store, which is amazing. The second piece I wanted to add to that is the customers are also longstanding. So we are kind of the neighborhood store. Everybody kind of knows everybody. It's one of those kind of community style stores where the restaurant across the street or the law firms are in our area. Everybody sort of comes through, buys, sends their customers. We're sending their customers to those locations. So it's a highly kind of engaged. As a result, we're actively involved with the Sherman Oaks Chamber of Commerce. We've hosted several events for the chamber, and also actively involved with fundraising and several other kind of community activities through the chamber. The last thing I wanted to sort of mention is we've been actively involved with also helping brands come through into the dispensary. We do have a cultivation license next door, and a lot of what we grow is basically packaged and pushed into the store itself. And as a result, the customers are sort of used to those genetics, and as a result, they keep coming back for more. And so we've started to maintain that standard, working with our manufacturing partners to do so. And as a result, it's just kind of strengthened that community with bringing more brands in. So we've been giving brands an opportunity to sort of help come in and do their demonstrations on a weekly basis, not beyond PADs, actually sponsoring their own kind of events and also helping them kind of control pricing. So we aren't, we're willing to take the hit on margin and everything else to sort of help them kind of grow and get started, especially for new brands. So with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you all.
Thank you. Commission, any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any deliberation on this item? Okay, do we have a motion?
Regarding item number 20, DCR core record number 101758 for the premises located at 15374 Dickens Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated April 29, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 21, DCR core record number 101770. This is a request from Patients Against Pain Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 1,500 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 8016 Melrose Avenue. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected officials represented?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Gia Angela Serrano, and I will present item number 21 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101770 is associated with Patients Against Pain Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10000495-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through 7/23/2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 13453 West Beach Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90292, a parcel zoned for commercial manufacturing purposes. The business is located in the Hollywood Community Plan area with Council District 5. On or about April 2, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reason in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions for staff? And you have concerns over there?
Yeah, this is, excuse me. This is City Attorney's Office. We just wanted to note that on the staff report and what was presented up above, there was an address for Beach on Beach Avenue. Yeah, 13453 West Beach Avenue is the listed business premises address. But that is, I guess, DCR licensing, if you could clarify, that is the correct address, that or the one on 8016 Melrose Ave?
So, this is Commissioner Lim. So 13453 West Beach Avenue is not the correct address?
Well, I guess that's what I'm asking DCR licensing. This is agenda item 21, correct? Yeah.
Correct. So as stated, this address is associated with agenda item number 16. So when the slide got created, somebody must have copied the wrong information in there. As you stated, Patients Against Pain is associated with 8014 West Melrose Avenue, Los Angeles, California. And I believe that's how it's agendized.
Wonderful, thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez on the agenda. It's 8016.
Yes.
There's an address range on this particular record. 8016 is associated with the retail storefront.
Right, so it appears, but the one that's in the report that's showing up here on Beach Avenue is just a Scrivener's error. It was copied and pasted from some other report. Correct?
That is correct.
Wonderful, thank you so much.
Okay, other than that, are there any questions for staff on this item? Okay, at this time, will the applicant's representative please approach the podium and state your names for the record? Your relationship to the applicant, you will have 10 minutes, and before you start, Lisa Ceylon? Ceylon, your item number is, your case number is incorrect on the speaker card. If you want to take a moment to correct that. Okay, thank you. No worries, thank you. And you will have 10 minutes total.
Thank you. Thank you again for having these meetings. I appreciate all the work that the DCR staff is doing and the commission is doing, and we appreciate your volunteering for this. I have been involved with Patients Against Pain since 2015. It is an original EMMD. It has been in existence since 2006, and it has been located on Melrose since 2018. I have represented the owner of Patients Against Pain since 2010. I'm his general counsel, and I have been involved with all of their licensing and compliance and reporting and everything they do so that they can be 100% compliant. It's also important to note that this store is a union store with UFCW Local 770. And all of his retail stores in the state of California are, he has 4 of them total, are unionized. And he has been one of those forefront people that believed in doing everything right from day one. So this particular business is on the Melrose corridor near Fairfax. It was heavily hit during the pandemic and the Me Too movement and the every kind of movement there was, it's been hit by. There was a lot of vandalism on the street from rioters, but fortunately, they were able to avoid being attacked. They boarded up their windows and they were able to avoid having any serious damage happen to them. But this is a business that has been through all of the ups and downs and the roller coaster ride that this entire industry has been on since 2008. And to be honest with you, in the city of Los Angeles, it has been a very tough battle. But the ones that are all here today that are fortunately getting their annual licenses have persevered and have done everything they need to do between security measures, the way they hire their employers, giving them living wages, buying only from the legal market. Everything is tested, everything is labeled, everything is documented. It's a seed to sale business. And I really highly recommend that the commission give them their annual license because they're very well deserving of it. And this is Jen Rez, who is the manager of their retail stores.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. It's a pleasure to be here and I'm happy to answer any questions involving operations.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
There's Commissioner Lim. I do have a question. When you talked about all these demonstrations and property damages, do you have, is a retail business insurable? Meaning, do you have insurance for that? And is it covered by the insurance?
Well, every retail business is afforded the same insurance if you're whether you're a cannabis store or a liquor store or a shoe store. Unfortunately, when there's sometimes an act of God or some kind of a demonstration and you have damages and you didn't do anything to prevent the damages from happening, you would be in trouble probably. But fortunately, these businesses all have property and inventory and personal liability and general liability damages and product liability damages, because sometimes when you bring in products that you don't actually make yourself, and this particular business does make a lot of its own products. It does have cultivation licenses, distribution licenses, and manufacturing licenses at other locations, not on this. This is just pure retail. But you can't always determine what's going to happen. So there are product liability insurance policies available now so that the retailer is not held responsible if in fact something is wrong, because they're depending on getting the certificates of authenticity and accuracy of what the testing is on their products that they're bringing in. and they can't second guess it. But if there are products and things that happen into these stores, the DCC is the state regulator for that, and they actually will do embargoes and recalls to make sure that the public safety is the first and foremost thing for all of these businesses.
And this is Commissioner Melendez. What kind of security measures do you have implemented at the location, cameras, security staff?
Yeah, we have 4 to 6 cameras in every single room, and we have security on site during all operating hours, 1 hour prior before everyone gets there, and then 1 hour after as well.
Thank you.
Just to say one more thing, the security measures that all of the retailers have to go through is both state and local mandated. So all of their VCRs, for example, have to be able to record up to 90 days going backwards. You have to be able to demonstrate you can do that. The pixelation on these has to be a certain kind of pixelation. These are very expensive, pricey types of operations to buy and to install, and they all have to adhere to them. So anybody who's standing here today has to have those security measures in place, or otherwise they'd be completely out of compliance.
Just checking.
It's okay. It's okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Any deliberation? Okay, thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
I am going to move that we approve the annual license for item number DCR Core Record Number 101770 for Patients Against Pain located at 8016 Melrose Avenue. Is there a second?
Commissioner Melendez, a second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner, since there was a correction on the staff report, if you can adopt the staff recommendation as corrected on the record so that we can reflect the correction on the staff report, since it was the incorrect address.
Okay,
Just amend your motion,
did I hear staff corrected on the record?
but you have to adopt staff recommendation as corrected on the record.
I know, but I didn't hear staff corrected on the record, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
I believe that Mr. Colleen acknowledged the error and then corrected it then. But if you'd like to make it more express, Mr. Colleen, could you please correct your report for us formally?
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. DCR Core Record Number 101770 is associated with 8016 Melrose Avenue, located in the Hollywood Community Plan area within the Mid-City West Neighborhood Council.
Thank you. This is President Mason. I am going to move that we adopt DCR Core Record Number 101770 for Patients Against Pain at 8016 Melrose Avenue. And we adopt the staff report as corrected today on the record. Is there a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item number 22, DCR Core Record Number 10171. This is a request from Canna Healthcare Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 2,179 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 2111 South Long Beach Avenue. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. We will now hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Gia Angela Serrano, and I will present item number 22 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101791 is associated with Canna Healthcare Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-00000529-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 28th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 2111 South Long Beach Avenue, a parcel zoned for limited industrial purposes. The applicant is an existing medical marijuana dispensary, EMMD. Pursuant to Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC Section 105.03B, and EMMD shall not be subject to the zone, distance, and sensitive use restrictions stated in LAMC Section 105.02 until after December 31st, 2025, on the condition that the EMMD operates and continues to operate in compliance with the distance and sensitive use restrictions. The business is located in the Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan Area with Council District 9. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. You will have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jignesh Patyar. I am the General Manager of the applicant at Canna Healthcare, Inc., operating under the DBA of Cloud 8 DTLA. Cloud 8 DTLA has been a part of the downtown Los Angeles neighborhood since 2018, and I have been managing the store since 2020. At Cloud 8, we're dedicated to upholding the highest standards of compliance, safety, and service within the cannabis industry. At our store, it is equipped with comprehensive security, safeguard against unauthorized access and theft. We utilize high-res surveillance cameras, as mentioned earlier, alarm monitoring services, and control systems with key cards to regulate and access restricted areas. In addition, we have badging and tracking for all our visitors. These measures help us maintain a secure environment for both our employees and our customers. Furthermore, we are supportive of our local community by hosting food drives and toy drives throughout the year. I just want to say thank you for considering our application, and we're eager to continue serving the customers and contributing to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lim?
No.
Any questions? Okay. Any discussions or deliberations? Is there a motion?
For item number 22, DCR core record number 101791 for the premises located at 2111 South Long Beach Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated April 29, 2024.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Item number 23, DCR Core Record Number 101809. This is a request from California Organic Treatment Center Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 3,462 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 2222 Olympic Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected representatives on this item?
No.
Then we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Gia Angela Serrano, and I will present item number 23 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101809 is associated with California Organic Treatment Center Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000486-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 21st, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 2222 East Olympic Boulevard, a parcel zoned for heavy manufacturing purposes. The applicant is an existing medical marijuana dispensary, EMMD. Pursuant to Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC Section 105.03B, an EMMD shall not be subject to the zone, distance, and sensitive use restrictions stated in LAMC Section 105.02 until after December 31st, 2025, on the condition that the EMMD operates and continues to operate in compliance with the distance and sensitive use restrictions. The business is located in the Central City North Community Plan area within Council District 14. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Good evening, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles for CED on behalf of the department. So the location at 222 Olympic Boulevard, I am happy to report that during the compliance inspection, staff found absolutely no deficiencies. This is our first one, and I had to hear it like 3 times when they told me that. I didn't think it was possible, but it is possible. So happy to report that they are 100% passed. There was a complaint in 2020 that the complaint was that they did not have a state license. I did follow up with the DCC investigative supervisor, and they did issue a license on July 22, 2019. So they were licensed, so the complaint was not substantiated.
Thank you.
And this was my last report of the day. I'm happy to end on a happy note.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions for staff, commissioners? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you for your service today. At this time, will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? State your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant, and speak directly into the mic, and you will have 10 minutes. And for full transparency, for those of you watching on the live stream, if you saw me signaling the applicant, it's because 2 names are listed as speakers on behalf of this applicant, but I only have 1 speaker card, so I was requesting that the other speaker complete a card. Having said that, thank you for being here.
Hello, my name is Samantha Tabak. I am the Executive Director of Compliance and Licensing for California Organic Treatment Center, DBA Traditional. First of all, thank you to the commissioners and to the staff. We've been around for a long time, so it's lovely to be here and see some familiar faces that have helped us through this licensing process. And by hearing that we passed by 100%, also really helping us through the compliance process. The staff has been extremely helpful. This is a phase 1 pre-ICO. It is Traditional's flagship store. I'm going to note that it is an almost 70,000 square foot facility that has many other uses. Obviously, today the focus is retail. In our retail alone, we have 18 cameras with a 90-day playback. We did get some questions during our neighborhood council about buffers. So I wanted to provide a map. There are no sensitive uses within 700 feet. If you want to go to the next one. This store and this facility is of great pride to our owners and all of our staff. The color scheme is designed around our Mamba 24 strain that pays homage to the late Kobe Bryant. It also has one of the largest Kobe murals in Los Angeles that took over 150 days to complete and was completed by a local female minority artist. If you want to go to the next one. Traditional Cares is probably one of the things that is most exciting about this business. We do a lot of work with the local businesses and with just general cleanups. We've donated toys and hygiene products to the Big House, LA. We've also completed several neighborhood cleanups, not just with our staff, but staff of local dispensaries. Go to the next one. Facility management. So we have 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, armed security guards. We have a series of different checklists that we'll use to make sure that all of our signage and facility is being maintained, not just in compliance with the local municipal code, but with our standards. Our community liaison information is posted. That email goes to me. So if you email it, that will be me responding. We also do have an odor detection form that is available, and we are happy to say that we've had 0 complaints about any facility management or odor. Go on to the next one. Staffing. So over the entire facility, we have over 100 staff members. Again, I'm just going to focus on the retail where 100% of our staff are paid above minimum wage. They all are offered dental health care, vision, and they all have access to a retirement account. This is kind of an amazing thing for entry-level positions. So I just want to make sure to note that because it's important to me. We have been extraordinarily fortunate to work with the DCR to help host people from other other countries. As one of the first legal operators, we feel it's our responsibility to educate not just the city, not just the state, but when we have the opportunity, the whole world. As you can see, there's a photo here of the mayor of London when he came to visit our facility. They were learning about cannabis legalization, as well as the South African consulate. Those were some really fun days in the office. I'm not going to read it to you, but there's a quote from our founder just talking about how long of a road this has been and how much his hard work has really started to pay off now that everything's starting to legalize. And then the last slide is just our contact information. Yeah, again, if anybody wants to email, I am happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Thank you so much for taking the time to create a presentation for us. I appreciate that as well as your presence here. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant?
This is Vice President Nash. I just want to congratulate you. Like Rocky said, we haven't seen someone that was inspected and had zero deficiencies. So you should really take pride in that and keep up the good work.
I
Thank
second
you.
that. This Commissioner Lim, I second that also.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I take it that means there are no concerns or deliberations. Is there a motion?
This Commissioner Lim, I make a motion that DCR core record number 101809 located at 2222 Olympic Boulevard, that we adopt the staff recommendation as stated in the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. Please call roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are,
President Mason?
yes.
I'm not exactly sure if there was another rep because there's a raised hand in the virtual meeting. Or if this might be for the next item. I'm not sure.
Do you want to clarify at this time? And it's out of order?
It might be for the other item because I do have neighborhood council rep that might be speaking on that item.
What we just voted on?
No, the next item, item 23.
Item 25?
23. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
Just
25.
25.
Yeah, because we
Sorry.
skipped in 24.
Yeah.
25.
24 is continued.
Okay, we shall soon see. We're going to move forward.
Okay.
Okay. We are on to item number 25, DCR core record number 310144. This is a request from Good Times Crenshaw LLC to approve an annual license for a 2,700 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 4233 South Crenshaw Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected representatives on this item? Now we can clarify.
I will confirm. Caller with phone number ending in 9297, please state your name and how you represent the applicant or if you're part of a neighborhood council.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Guyton. I'm with the Neighborhood Council and that the dispensary is in Empowerment Congress West.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kathy Guyton. I am a member of the board for Empowerment Congress West. It's the Neighborhood Council, and I'm calling in reference to item number 25, applicant Good Times Crenshaw LLC, DCR code. Well, you already know that. So I'll read our resolution in support of Gorilla RX. Empowerment Congress West Neighborhood Development Council recognizes and endorses the significant contributions of Gorilla RX for their efforts as not only a commercial success, but as a vital social enterprise dedicated to the welfare and advancement of our community. Being the first Black woman-owned dispensary in Los Angeles, Good Times Crenshaw, aka Gorilla RX Wellness Co., is a pioneering establishment, a beacon of progress and empowerment. It embodies a community-first spirit that extends beyond commerce and into community education and support. In the wake of California's Proposition 64 and the creation of the Los Angeles Social Equity Program for cannabis businesses, Gorilla Gorilla RX sees the opportunity to foster equity for marginalized communities heavily impacted by historical drug policies. Through persistent advocacy and the development of grassroots organizations, Gorilla RX represents a formidable voice for fair policy and equity within the cannabis industry at both local and governmental levels. Expanding upon its foundational goals, Gorilla RX recently inaugurated Gorilla University adjacent to its retail space. This community wellness and workforce development training center serves as a critical resource for the South Los Angeles community, which has long faced socioeconomic challenges, including high poverty, crime rates, and limited educational and job opportunities. The commitment of Gorilla RX to reinvest in and uplift the community promises not only to transform individual lives, but to also inspire lasting positive change within the South Central Los Angeles area. In solidarity, Empowerment Congress West Area Neighborhood Development Council. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it from the Neighborhood Council. We don't ask any questions of them. So we will go ahead and hear from the department staff at this time.
Good evening. My name is Gia Angela Serrano, and I will present item number 25 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310144 is associated with Good Times Crenshaw LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of July 13th, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-00000849-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 26, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 4233 South Crenshaw Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90008, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The business is located in the West Adams, Baldwin Hills, Leimert Community Plan area within Council District 8. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. All oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. Several individuals stated that they enjoy shopping at this location and feel that the business is a business model for cannabis dispensaries. Many community members stated that the business is a valuable addition to the community and has had a positive impact on the community. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for department staff? Okay, will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Kika Keith. I am the founder of Gorilla RX Wellness Co., also known as Good Times Crenshaw, the first Black woman-owned social equity dispensary in Los Angeles. I'm a proud mother of 3 daughters, a voice to the voiceless, and a keeper to many children in our community left behind due to the devastating impacts of the war on drugs. Having grown up in South Central Los Angeles, I've witnessed and survived the injustices inflicted upon Black and Brown communities. Since the inception of the Cannabis Regulation Commission, I have stood before you advocating for the true spirit of Measure M to uphold social justice and social equity. This is not just for myself, but for all of the Black and Brown entrepreneurs and community members from areas of Los Angeles most affected by the failed war on drugs. While I am honored to be in position to petition for my annual license, after 2.5 years of operation and over 200,000 customers served, I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to bring to light the state of emergency for your social equity operators, including myself. It took 1,730 days and over $350,000 in rent before I could open my doors at 4233 Crenshaw Boulevard in the community where I was raised. This journey has been fraught with unexpected challenges, tangled in policy and politics. The mission of LA's social equity program is to promote equitable ownership and employment in the cannabis industry, reducing disparities for marginalized communities and addressing the disproportionate impacts of the war on drugs. Since 2018, the city has collected over $500 million in tax revenues from cannabis businesses, $40 million from social equity businesses alone. Despite this, we are on the brink of extinction. In just the first 6 months of operation, Gorilla RX faced a tax bill exceeding $500,000, with an additional $206,000 in sales taxes charged to our customers. These excessive state and local taxes have severely impacted my business and other social equity operators, stifling our abilities to support our families and reinvest in our communities. And I ask you to please take time to read the supporting documents when you have an opportunity. This overtaxation contradicts the very essence of social equity and justice. To make matters worse, the lack of investment back into equity businesses is a stark betrayal to our community. And as you heard from the executive director, the recent proposed mayor's budget defunding direct business, license, and compliance services to Black and Brown disenfranchised small business owners not only harms us, the operators, but also diminishes potential future revenues that support the entire city. We are not a liability, we are a lucrative investment. The majority of social equity operators may never have the opportunity to stand before you as I do now. My presence here is nothing short of an act of God. This body holds the power to ensure that the department, city council, and mayor fulfill the intent of the social equity program. Despite these challenges, Gorilla RX aims to be a model of what true investment of social equity entrepreneurs can achieve. Since opening, we have created over 20 jobs in CD8, with 90% of our team members coming from local impacted communities, often without previous industry experience. And 100% of our management team are Black women. We are committed to their development and success. Directly next door to our dispensary, we have established Gorilla University, a workforce development and wellness training center designed to support those entering the social equity space. This incubator provides critical training, education, and tools necessary for success. We currently offer expungement clinics, compassionate care, and health and wellness programs serving hundreds in our community. Our record of compliance, 24-hour security, and public safety is exemplary, as noted in the DCR's report and supported by comments from our community, neighborhood council, and customers. Therefore, I urge you commissioners to grant Gorilla RX, Good Times Crenshaw, its annual license. More so, I implore you to leave today with a deeper understanding of the needs of social equity entrepreneurs who strive to make a meaningful difference, diversify the cannabis industry, and propel us to success. Thank you for considering my petition and for your commitment to justice and equity.
Commissioners, Kika Keith,
I'm a little emotional. Since I have sat on this commission since 2019, this woman has been a beacon of light, a vessel of education, and a call for accountability for this commission, for this department, and for this city. Much of what I know about social equity and what it should be in this city is because of her. In full transparency, there are a couple of social equity applicants who are operating, whose operations I was curious about. Hers is one. I have attended a couple of her events for 420. I have attended the opening of the university that she spoke of. And she is one of those entities who strives to fill the gaps that the city cannot meet when it comes to building this community and future entrepreneurs in social equity. She is one that we do not say no to. Because she goes above and beyond the call of duty. And I can say it also seems like that block, everyone else on the block has stepped up their business beautification game since her business has been present on that block. I'm seeing storefronts painting, becoming more colorful, and just looking more inviting. So with that being said, I'll be quiet and allow the commission to ask any questions that you may have.
This is Commissioner Melendez. I just want to say well done on having so much representation here. Because as we stand here and sit here and listen to people, to see a community come out and support somebody in mass is rare. So I just want to say congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
So this is Commissioner Lim. You said that it cost you $350,000 to open up. Did you get any financing or support from DCR as part of the social equity program?
Actually, I did. I've taken advantage of every single program that the DCR has, from the rental assistance that I received over $50,000 for. I was able to buy computers, our POS system. I've taken part of the learning management system. I've participated in the working groups. Our HR person who have laid out all of our processes and procedures for employee handbooks, I was able to utilize the DCR's one-on-one coaching for as well.
And this Commissioner Lim again, how do you feel about the current budget taking away those favorable financing for the social equity program?
We are devastated. We actually attended the hearing yesterday to give our testimony on the outrage that the social equity community have, and most can't attend these meetings to express the discontent. As I sat with Mayor Karen Bass, as she came to visit our facility, there has been a disregard for the needs of the social equity community. We fought for those $3 million for 3 years. And the fact, as I said, that there are very few of us that will have the opportunity to stand here, that there was not even a dollar allocated to social equity is very disturbing.
So in your flyer that I did look at, this is Commissioner Lim again. If you have a gross receipt of $2 million, your expense item, including taxes, is $2.4 million. How are you able to survive in this type of a business model?
I'm a serial entrepreneur. This is the 4th business that I have. I came to this industry from the food and beverage industry, where I had a first to market product in Whole Foods since 2008. I came here believing that it was lucrative enough for me to feed my 3 daughters and for me to then be able to reinvest in my community. And this is the worst business model that I've ever been in. I only remain in this because I remember one time I sat in front of some ex-police officers when we were looking for investment capital and we're faced by a sea of predators. And I said to him, he said his partner pulled out, and I said, why? He said, we're just going to wait for 2 years, and then we're going to buy these businesses for pennies on the dollar. And so I'm here. I don't know how. Probably 3 months ago, my doors would have been closed because we probably only had about 25 products on our shelves. And so we've gotten a lot of assistance from people in the industry, from investors that just believe in the mission, and want to be able to have an example and a model for success because we deserve it. Communities affected by the war on drugs deserve it, and we deserve it. And so that's the reason why I'm still here, because in any other business, I would have closed my doors already. It's a horrible model with the taxes, which is why I included that, because we will be making efforts to make a push for tax relief for social equity, both at the local and state level, to make sure that we remain in this industry.
Thank you, Commission. Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
For item number 25, DCR core record number 310144 for the premises or business premises located at 4233 South Crenshaw Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated April 29, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Woo, woo. Thank you, commissioners.
We are on to the final item on our agenda, number 26, DCR core record number 100081. This is a request from Green Earth Pharmacy Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 4,800 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 1227 West 253rd Street. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. We will go on to the department's report.
Good evening. My name is Gia Angela Serrano, and I will present item number 26 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100081 is associated with Green Earth Pharmacy. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000524-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 28th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 621 West Rosecrans Avenue in Gardena, a parcel zoned for manufacturing purposes. The business is located in the Wilmington Harbor City Community Plan area within Council District 15. On or about April 2nd, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on April 22nd, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, It is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for department staff? Okay, then will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the mic. You will have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Good to see everyone again. My name is Mike Sagian. I'm the licensing consultant for Green Earth Pharmacy, which is located at 1227 West 253rd Street in Harbor City. I want to state for the record that this licensee, Green Earth Pharmacy Incorporated, core record number 100081, has absolutely nothing to do with Green Earth Vitality Corporation, which was on the April 18th agenda. They just have similar names. This licensee has been operating at this location since 2019 and has not had any violations or complaints. The store managers will be at the May 15th Harbor City Neighborhood Council meeting to introduce themselves and answer any questions which stakeholders may have. Green Earth Pharmacy is thankful and proud that it has not been subject to any type of criminal activity or any nuisance complaints. This location has 24-hour on-site security personnel in addition to its high-resolution security cameras and alarm system. Security is trained to look out for loiterers and anyone who is consuming cannabis on or around the property. If any of these activities are noticed, security personnel will kindly mitigate it. This location has its own private parking lot, so customers and staff will never need to park on the street. Lastly, this licensee has secured a cannabis bank account, which does frequent cash pickups, so there's never excess cash on site. Thank you so much, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant's representative? Okay, hearing none, do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. I make a motion that DCR core record number 100081, located at 1227 West 253rd Street, that we adopt the staff report.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
This is President Mason. Before we adjourn, I want to speak to my fellow commissioners who are all first timers on this commission and who are all learning on the commission job, if you will. We're only 3 meetings into licensing, but today we did hear our most complex case yet. And I just want to applaud you for navigating the facts with great equanimity and a desire for justice. You demonstrated that you understand the urgency of being on this commission and the responsibilities tied to being a commissioner. And I want to thank you for showing that to all of us today. And thank you for your service. Having said that, the time is 6:20 and this meeting is now adjourned.